end of Adam's Family Values.
Swing low,
Hey!
sweet chariot.
Everybody can now be heard.
Swing low. Oh no, we're heard.
We're heard.
Oh dear.
Swing low. And I would just like to give a huge shout out. Before we even reintroduce ourselves, I'd like to give a huge shout out to my favorite brother, Liam, who came through in the chat to tell us that our audio wasn't working. So
Or we were like an hour and a half into this.
thank you so much. It's really hard for me not to say people's last names, and I get that you're like not supposed to really say that on the internet. So I've been really trying to avoid saying people's last names, but it's really hard. All right, so
Also,
It's all right,
see that?
Duncan Schneider.
oh
Duncan
god,
J. Schneider.
oh god, it's over for me. Now I'm gonna get
Last name reveal.
Number 113253598.
Ah, shoot, and let me just give you the last 3 digits on the back of my credit card. 891. Oh shoot, those are the real numbers. Ah, dang it.
432 Wallaby Way, Sydney.
All right, so, gentlemen and lady, hello everybody in the chat. Welcome to a pre-Halloween Call of Cthulhu tabletop role-playing session.
It's a spooktacular.
My name is Sir Duncan. This is my Twitch channel. These are my friends. I don't know. We're all busy, so we don't get to stream that much. Well, okay. Let me rephrase. These are my friends and
You're
my
not
brother.
doing well.
So it's a mishmash of people I like and people I'm forced to spend time with. So it's perfect like
He
that.
likes Drake. The rest of us.
Yes, it's the reverse of what you think. But yeah, that's me. Whatever. And to my right is the beautiful and wonderful. It's you this time. It's you. This is you.
Oh.
No. Hi, Connor. I'm sorry for your ears. My name is Emily. You can catch me at Diva Dice Roller on Twitch sometimes, but hardly ever, and mostly with Duncan anyway. So if you're on his channel, chances are, yes, the thing will happen. To my right, his name rhymes with.
This was the worst joke
Baby
from the
got
last
back.
time.
Yeah, baby guy.
And that is Zach. Baby got Zach. All right, that's what we're going with. I'm Zach. You can catch me on nowhere except for here, I guess. I was one of Duncan's favorite brothers, but not a brother. And then I got that cut out behind him. We did this joke before, and I didn't remember his name, and they told me his name, which I think is Jeff Probst with a B.
Yes,
Is that?
Yeah, with a B.
Is that his last name? Okay. All right, now I remembered his name, so I've gone up in the rankings of Duncan's brothers, I think.
Yeah, I think at this point,
And
at
to
least.
my up, his name rhymes with lake. It's
Drake. Hi, everybody. I'm Drake. I'm actually his brother. And
Oh my gosh, you guys are pointing, looking at the Discord chat, but in the Twitch stream, you're all in just a row.
Why was he supposed to point to you in the Twitch stream? Over there.
I mean, to
Not
be
the guy
honest,
next-
I'm just.
You have to
over.
point in the opposite direction too.
I'm-
'Cause I'm pointing at Zach right now.
I'm just surprised that Zach pointed the correct direction for. Well, that he picked Drake as the next person to talk. So I mean.
oh, I did. Wow.
Yeah. Anyways,
I
I'm
believe what
sorry.
he said is to my up.
Okay,
which would
anyways.
have been me.
I don't have any streaming locations. I'm just Drake. So just here for a good time. The next person is he's wearing a hat.
Thanks. My name's Ian. You can find me at my amazing Twitch channel and YouTube series, Sir Ian's Roundtable. It's a lot better than what we're watching right now, but sometimes you just gotta collaborate.
Just like Ice said, we're back with a brand new invention, and we're here to share it with you all today.
What about ISIS?
No.
No,
Oh, Connor! Oh, God!
not Ice, you
What?
bitch! Ice!
Oh,
All right,
ice!
stop
Ice!
collaborating.
What?
and
You said
listen,
what
okay?
ISIS?
Vanilla ice.
Ed.
I see.
Ice baby.
And I'm just here to have a good time.
Yes, vanilla.
And we saved the best for last, our good keeper here.
All right, now everybody point.
I don't know about
We love
that.
him.
Everybody point up. All right. Above us. Ian, you can
The
finish
man
your
in
joke.
orange.
The man in orange, and it not a tanning cream. Oh God, she's flipping me off too. Whatever. My name,
I
ladies
couldn't
and
see which
gentlemen.
finger I was holding up.
Oh yeah, sure. My name, ladies and gentlemen, for the record, is Connor the Nadenator Naden, and you can find me pretty much anywhere on Steam, on PSN, or here on Twitch
He's
as
ubiquitous.
Nadenator, the Nadenator, whatever it is.
Even his
You can
license
also
plate.
find that on the license plate of my link. So I have a different license plate on my Mercedes, but you can find that on the license plate on my link.
You can also find Connor in our Let's Play that we did of LA Noire, where we did 3 episodes twice, and I still haven't gotten back to it. So, and of
And
course,
also find me playing Rockstar games with this dumbass here.
and of course, who can forget the last member of our beloved streaming team? I'm sure he's here in chat right now, so I am specifically calling him out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Dylan. Look, here he is. He's here with us today. Hey guys, it's me, Dylan. All right, let's get it. That's enough of that.
Actually,
Hey,
right now,
hey.
2 of my friends.
Hey guys, it's me. All right. All right. So, what are we doing today, Connor? Give us the rundown.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we embark on a rather classic Call of Cthulhu adventure from a book that I got because it was on sale, which is a little old here. The stars are right. Cthulhu Now, ladies and gentlemen, what used to be the 1990s has been updated into the 21st century. And so we are going to embark on a path of rivalries, a path of grudges, a path of psychological horror, and unproven methods.
And laughter.
And laughter.
And whores.
This is a very simple scenario. There's not a lot of combat, but
Horse.
believe me, these fools will struggle. So I hope you'll stay with us this
Okay.
evening as we conquer Nemo Solus Sapit. None is wise alone. Ladies and
I'm
gentlemen,
already scared. We haven't even started.
Spoopy.
I'm
There's
sad.
no combat, but you're
Oh,
all
God,
going
okay.
to die.
Emily, I thought I heard you say
Yeah.
something during that
Basically.
introduction. No, you said something during that introduction, and I was wondering, what did you say? What was that? Could you repeat that out loud so that we could all hear it? again?
Whores.
Oh, that's what you said. Oh,
Whores!
Immediately Twitch
didn't
ban.
see it
Because
before.
it
Oh,
sounded
wow.
like Connor said whores instead of horrors, and so I said it multiple times because I'm a child and my
What's
sense of
the
humor
difference?
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Yes, a nameless horror. A nameless horror. My favorite sexual conquest when playing Call of Cthulhu. Gross Cthulhuid
Hate it.
monsters.
Stop. Sex work is real work, and we don't slut shame, but it's still a funny
Yeah.
word, and we're moving on from it.
I'll, from this point forward, I'll attempt to use Brooklyn pronunciation. Whores.
Oh God.
Boo.
All right, I
Boo-hoo.
guess we're
All right, guys.
all right.
So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, if we could come to some form of quorum, pardon me, not Congress. That would be called an orgy, and we don't want that.
Because heavens no, they're not doing anything. All right, I'm sorry. Please continue.
That wasn't the type of Congress I was talking about, but okay, we'll move on. I will introduce for this evening as the keeper. I will not be playing too terribly much as a player character. I will be doing my best to embody the NPCs. However, there will be a NPC appearing at the beginning, perhaps the end of this quest, who is ubiquitous among our group. A man who goes without saying in any of our sessions here, but we hope you'll learn to enjoy him or the version of him which exists in 2008, as opposed to the version of him which
His reputation is as large as his body.
His reputation is as large as his slimy, slippery, grossly obese body. The psychiatrist, the usurper, the man who has held the hem of the Arkham Sanitarium for nigh on a century, Dr. Cornelius Victor de Schnelling, MD, PhD, Harvard School of Medicine. We'll get to him later. We'll also have a few other choice non-player characters that come in and go out and are murdered indiscriminately. So, without further ado, we're going to go through here. We're going to introduce our player characters and hopefully build some form of how they relate to each other when we begin here. So, if again we can start from left to right here, Duncan Schneider.
Oh, can we go the other way, actually?
Wait, so then we're starting with me?
Yes.
Yes.
How about we
Okay.
start in the middle with Zach?
You know what?
Then
That
there's
sounds
no
like
order.
I don't have the
We
Facebook
don't
one
go
pulled up.
one
Just let me
direction
know
or
when I'm
the other.
going.
The world is chaos if we don't go from left to right or right to left.
All
And
right.
if you're going from right to left, you're un-American.
All right,
That's not
here-
how you do things.
All right. Here's the deal.
Communist.
The only image I have in the system right now is Drake's character. So how about we start with Drake
Okay.
and we go right. Drake, tell us
Okay.
about your character.
Ian, you're next.
Hello, everybody. My character is. Should I be talking about like this, or should I be talking as my character?
Talking
Talk
like
as your character.
all right.
Talk as my character.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Like you're conducting a candid interview.
Of course, I do that quite often as a college professor. Well, my name is July Pips and Paddleopsicopoulos. Though,
Hold on. Can you spell that? So I
Could
can
you
write
could you
that
say
down?
that one more time? Did you say July?
It's Pips and Paddleopsicopoulos. It's pretty easy.
Oh, of
Yeah.
course, of course, of course.
though, most of my
Cornelius
students,
is going to call you the Greek.
most of my students just call me Professor Pips. Anyways, I do a good job at the campus. I try my best to indulge the young kids in the wonderful world of history. Really try to engage them in the fun
Hey,
world that is
okay.
out there.
But you didn't tell us that you were a hottie with a body, because I'm looking at you photo now in the Twitch, and holy shit, you're a DILF.
I am quite a hottie with a body. I'm quite young to be a college
Wow.
professor. I graduated quite early from college and went through and got the master's and became a college professor quite early. Anyways,
Awesome.
This is what we get for not being a world-class institution anymore.
Oh, whatever.
Harvard doesn't hire anybody under 40.
In my free time, I try to explore the world and am venturing into the archaeologist venue. So I've been going to locations and trying to uncover hidden mysteries of the world and divulging into the history. I believe that everything has an answer, and we must seek to find that answer.
Wow, inspiring stuff. It's like oh yeah, I want to discover the secrets of archaeology, and then the name July Pipsapatolopsicopoulos will be forever known across throughout the history books.
I was born in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Of course, it's an Indiana name.
And he's a middle American, too.
And my mother, April, she thought it would be fun to name her child after a month.
She's like, you know what? July.
Her name's April, not May, not June. July.
Ah, yes. 2 months later, 3 months later. All right, well, that's good.
Apart a little bit.
Who wants to go next?
What do you mean, who wants to go next? I thought I was going in order.
Yeah, we are going in an order. It's an order of who wants to go next.
Or I could
Chaos.
just pick
Ian?
someone.
I was trying
Chaos.
to say.
This has become
trying to
chaos.
say
This has
Duncan and I's
evolved.
characters
No
from
order.
the past.
Okay. I'm okay with going next.
Awesome.
Do it.
I dare you.
Okay.
I dare you. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Diane Walker, and I'm currently working as a grad student in the computer development department. I grew up as the only girl in a family with a bunch of guys, so I am relatively athletic, and I've kind of picked up a couple of their pursuits along the way, but I definitely am very, very adept when it comes to technology and computers. I think that's all you guys would know as of now. Duncan, you didn't put up my picture.
Oh, sorry. Transition. Boom. Look at her. She's a smoking hottie.
Yeah, I have a high appearance score.
Unlike.
For real.
Unlike.
Sexy nerd!
Gotcha.
Living
Welcome to
vicariously.
20,000.
Living vicariously through our D&D characters.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Rude.
I get to finally fulfill my dream of being a really boring federal agent. Just what I've always wanted.
My lifelong career of YouTube and also being in the FBI.
They go together hand in hand.
They go together like llama 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 shadoobity dip a dop.
So, Zach, want to go next?
So me next. Okay. Hi, I'm Henry Basil. Don't talk about myself too much. When I was 10 years old, I did my first ever book project on the Diagnostic Statistic Manual, whatever number it was out in 2008. Henry would know that. I don't.
That would be before.
Was out? Okay. Oh yeah, it was like 25 years before that one. So yeah, my first book project was on the DSM-4, and ever since then, I found Connor's character, yeah, we named it Cornelius de Schnelling, as both a great contributor and case study of psychological phenomena. And ever since then, I made it my goal to study under him, and so now I am one of his interns in the medical field in psychiatry.
Phenomena. Do do do
Do do do do.
Phenomena.
Phenomena!
I should have grabbed my Muppet. Could have just had him like pop up.
All right. Anything else, Zach?
For that is, I think that is all for now. When we get to Ian's character, I think you were also in interns of his. I like to imagine we have some sort of rivalry. I'm like plucky, happy-go-lucky with everyone, but I imagine we have some sort of rivalry that is probably entirely one-sided. But I'll let you talk about your character first.
I want to assume that you're definitely smarter than me, but I've had more opportunities due to just like family ties. So it's like like a person who has earned everything versus a person who's been given everything.
Okay. Henry is very smart, but he's way too happy for de Schnelling, so de Schnelling does not like him, I don't think.
No prestige.
I'll work on that. I'll work on that, sir.
Wait, hey Connor, are you in character now? Because that just sounds like how you always sound.
The jig is up.
The jig is up. They
He does,
discovered
but he
the
doesn't
discovered
joke.
alternate.
Oh God, it was a self-insert all along.
I thought my cloaking spell was better, but apparently not.
Okay, Duncan or Ian?
My name is Clark Fitzgerald Kennedy, one and only son of John F. Kennedy Jr.
Oh my
I'm
god.
I'm a 3-time regional polo champion, and I've been studying at Miskatonic University quite some time. Excellent in my field of psychology, and interned 2 years into my master's program under Dr. Cornelius.
Sounds like an idiot.
You still have
Fairly
the
competent.
mid-Atlantic accent.
What?
You're still mid-Atlantic in 2008?
yeah, of course.
The old-timey, like, newspaper accent. I get that you're JFK's son, but that's still a voice. That will be turning heads on the campus.
It's genetic. We
I can't
can't
help the
stop
way I was
doing it.
born.
Ugh.
And we will keep doing, not because we have to do it, but because we want to do it.
All right, I guess that
yeah.
just leaves me then, right? Or did you
I
have more
guess
to say, Ian?
Yes, so.
Nope, that's pretty much it for now.
Yes.
All right. My name is Rod Stewart, and I am a federal agent. All right, let's get going.
Now that you all know that, I'm going to
Picture?
have to kill you.
Rod Stewart, you say?
Was that a bad name? I feel like that's a
Do
real
you have a
person.
picture?
Is that a real person?
Rod Stewart is most certainly a real person.
Dang it! I thought it was a character in a TV show. Yeah, of course I have a picture of my character. It's just oh shoot, this OBS. It's taken me a little while to get it all set up properly.
Again, it doesn't matter. Stop.
No, it's fine. Just
You're a
imagine
generic FBI boy in my brain.
he's a slightly smaller guy than you would expect, but he is he's imposing in a different way. But still, imagine if you guys have ever seen X-Files or any episodes of The Twilight Zone, just the classic G-Man. That's exactly everything he exudes is just classic G-Man. Everything you would expect from a government agent doing government agent things and being a government agent. Yeah, I don't think I should reveal too much at this point because he is a federal agent. He's the one that you would know the least about and would be able to know the least about, except for maybe Emily. I don't know exactly what's going on with her character, apart from the fact that she's definitely a cultist and we should definitely kill her as soon as possible. Anyways,
I like to imagine he's the kind of character who's he's shorter than most other federal agents, but when he walks into a room or a crowd, you swear he's 6'3".
Exactly. The it's almost like when you're talking to him, he grows taller, but it's not like he's intentionally being aggressive. He just kind of has this weird
presence.
Just a weird aura. I can tell this guy has seen some shit. What kind of shit? I have no idea. But he's seen some shit.
But boy, has he seen it.
Ladies and gentlemen, boy, has he seen it.
What kind of shit? We don't know, but has he seen it? Oh,
dog shit, horse shit, bunny shit, all the shit in the world. He's seen it. And he keeps
In fact,
samples.
You could say he's an expert in it.
He keeps samples in his basement, as every good government agent should. All right.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, some of you will be present for the first scene. Some of you will not. It will be rather an introduction for some who may not already be familiar. Zach, of course, is the not favored intern at the asylum. And of course, Emily, you're Miss Walker. You are out on campus at the moment with your mentor from the computer science department. Again, rather
Dr.
aged,
Muhlenbach?
scatterbrained Dr. Muhlenbach. Professor Pips, you, sir, are also out at the coffee shop. You've just finished up a after-class meeting with some of the students who, for some bizarre reason, claimed to need help and additional tutoring with something as textbook-based as history.
Oh man,
Walker had described you as a DILF, so it is no wonder that all of the students were female and hanging on just about everything.
Okay, Miss Walker didn't say that. She might have thought it, but Emily said it, and she's going to say it again.
I'm
Dr. Pips is a DILF.
What is your character's first name, Emily?
Diane.
Okay.
Diane
like
Walker.
the princess.
No.
Okay, fine.
Actually, okay. So now that we literally are just on the cusp of getting into it, and just in time, I can switch us over to the gameplay format, the gameplay layout. And it looks like this. Ta-da!
Ooh, I gotta see this.
For everybody in the chat, I don't know if you guys are gonna watch this at all.
Yeah, look at that. I love it.
That's just lovely.
So,
Marvelous.
Oh, you're only saying that because you got a fucking gold frame.
Small
I
round of
always have a
applause
gold
for like
frame.
the 6 hours Duncan put into this today.
I deserve a gold frame. Even my glasses have gold frames.
I might have spent too much time working on this and might not have spent enough time making my character. So that might
This is art.
that might have factored into some of my decision making so far today.
Well,
Yeah. So not to interrupt anymore. Thank you, Liam. I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you, Call of Dice, as well. I mean, I don't think we're going to talk to the chat too much, but everybody who is watching, thank you. Really do appreciate it. It's awesome to see, like, a couple people come and watch us play Call of Cthulhu together. But that's enough Bologna from me. Connor, if you want to get back into the game, by all means.
Now, where you're at, to set the scene here, is you're at a bit of a T intersection. On the far side of it is Miskatonic University, one of their well-known quads. There's an esoteric statue at the crossing of two X paths that go across the quad, and it's a generally bright, light, sunny. Again, the school year is just started. For idea of setting, again, we're in the year 2008.
More like
School year
2000
is
and late. Oh, sorry.
That's enough out of you.
Sorry.
You got that boom, boom, boom.
I'm muted.
Professor, right?
Yes, I believe we're talking about Bill Professor. If I may continue painting a picture
Sorry.
for the lovely people to be there with us as onlookers for this scene of horror, which shall transpire. Now again, it's a T intersection. You're at the rear corner. Miskatonic, of course, being that things the way they are by 2008, the internet has proliferated. This wonderful esoteric haven where people can have their hermetic orders and secret societies, though still off the beaten path is only about a half an hour from the nearest freeway at this point, as we find ourselves nestled between the lovely Gloucester area, Rockport, and of course Salem, everyone's favorite colonial hotspot. So Arkham is not as sheltered as it once was. The vehicles on the street are not Duesenbergs and V16 Cadillacs anymore. It is Saturns and Toyotas.
Ford Focuses.
And Ford Focuses.
And Hummers, don't forget. We still had Hummers back then.
GM is about to go bankrupt, but I think they were still in the I'm afraid I don't recall that, Senator. Phase of the whole thing.
Don't forget, there's also Honda minivans.
And Honda minivans,
and
yes.
And Kias too, don't,
Duncan?
Stop talking about cars, Duncan, and let the
I am the
Navigator
one
talk.
who will talk endlessly about cars.
I'm the car boy.
He's the narrator. Let him narrate.
God.
You with your Toyota Highlander that I found.
The narrator. Come on, Emily.
I
You're
am
welcome.
judge, jury, and executioner, and I will let the power go directly to my head.
All right. I'm sorry.
Almost immediately.
Yeah. What do you mean, will?
Within minutes of being
Power
sworn.
has gone to my head. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Now, again, we have to adapt, of course. We have to understand that we are getting online admissions because people think this is just some quaint private university in the Massachusetts countryside. So we have to be hip to it. So the name of the coffee shop, of course, So adjacent to the university, it's owned by the university, staffed by students on work study, and it is, of course, called the Witch's Brew. Pause for groans.
Oh.
I like it.
I enjoy that name.
Oh yeah.
Guys, I guess
You're
we're
Miskatonic. You are Miskatonic born and bred. Congratulations. It's a fairly calm day, but there are a few uneasy features of the area. Would anyone like to roll me spot hidden, perhaps? Either again, Henry,
2.
Diane, Professor Pips.
Wait, who?
I'm sorry.
Sure, I'll
Any of
roll
you.
spot hidden. I look up from my bespectacled glasses. Oh wow, extreme success.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me.
First roll of the day.
Wow.
Congratulations.
I can't even get my dice out to do this.
So,
Because of these gloves.
I'll make that my one good roll of the day. How about that?
Starting off strong. It's all downhill from here.
boy, you're not supposed to see him coming.
Ugh.
Um,
I just got a normal success.
I'm a bespectacled nerd. I have to use the glasses.
That's true. So, Zach, you see far off on the other end of this quad space, there's kind of a, at the end of the quad, there's, it's like a retaining wall. There's a pretty big change in elevation, so there's 2 staircases that go up, and it's a pretty tall brick wall, and there's some trees on that end. And so you can't, you really don't see much over there, but you see a flock of birds depart one of the trees as you notice that strange, your gaze shifts around and you sweep the intersecting T Street here, and you see that parked up at the very end, bit of an odd-looking vehicle. It's not as modern as most things around here. It's early 90s, but it's a blacked out Lincoln Town car. But not just some government vehicle. Somebody went a little crazy with the dealer options. This thing has gold hood ornament, gold radiator grille, gold lattice wheels, and a big full fake convertible top on it. I mean, the thing is just
Gold
awesome.
rims?
Gold factory lattice rims, gold tinted power antenna off the back. All the town car badges, signature, series, it's all in gold. And normally, I mean, it is tinted dark. Very dark. But, of course, you working at the asylum, the driver of the vehicle's silhouette is unmistakable.
Oh, I'd recognize that silhouette anywhere.
It's like
You
Hitchcock.
would recognize that amorphous, unsure how it supports.
I don't know that there
itself
would be-
wood-shaped
There
blob.
wouldn't be enough space within the car to actually even show a silhouette. It would just be completely blotted
Oh yeah,
out.
that's how I know, because it's cut off.
It cuts off exactly. It's the window is the shape you see. You see there's something wriggling back there like a wriggling in there like a beached whale.
He's so big that you see him in the back window too. Like he has to push his seat back just to fit inside the car. You see him through the back window.
Inside the window is of course your hero, your psychological, psychopharmacological, medical hero, the only man in the field alive to have started being called an alienist and lasted to being called a psychiatrist, Dr. DeSchnelling.
With a couple of years of lobotomist in between.
with a couple of years of analyst in between, where he's he's been from Freudian couch analysis through psychosurgery to modern pharmacology.
The man
and,
knows his way around an ice pick. Let's say that.
the man knows his way around just about everything in the psychological field at this point. So this is very strange. I mean, he
never leaves.
he doesn't take his coffee here. Let's put it that way. There are several restaurants in town that he would go to and have coffee and a biscotti, and that's after about 3 courses of pasta for lunch. So this is very, very strange to see him and his car here. Other than that, you with that extreme success, you get this knot, you know? It's kind of priming your action a little bit there. If you get what I mean.
Okay.
And, wink wink, priming, if something happens here, you might be light on your feet. It might be a bonus dice involved. Because
I've probably been
there's been a commotion which has caused birds to leave and run up. And there's a man here who does not like to be seen publicly. Hasn't liked to be seen publicly in a very long time. Now,
I've probably been wanting to talk to him about something, so I probably go near-ish his car a little pace away, and then I wait for him to step out.
You start walking towards that curb, but there's some traffic. There's car turning the corner, and you kind of got to walk it there. You got to pause for a minute and just kind of wait for the traffic to clear before you go over and might tap on his window for it to menacingly roll down just enough for you to see an eye out from under a brim of a hat and get a face full of stogie smoke floating out.
So at this point, Emily's character, if she didn't recognize him before, with her normal success, she would recognize that this is now Dr. Cornelius de Schnelling.
Well, no, again, that's my flavor text. Henry hasn't walked over to the car yet.
I don't know that I even noticed that he's there.
No, again, he walks by with his extreme success. He gets to pick out a few things, and mainly what he gets is those birds flying off. Something's about to happen, and you should know well enough that if the doctor's out here, if something's happening, again, none of you are super, well, Duncan, you've been gifted some, but none of you know how weird it is around here. The Salem witch trials, and people never really let that go, and there are some lodges around here where people parade around on a late Friday night in robes.
It's the South. It's the South. It's fine.
It's not the South. It's the charming New England
East Coast.
occult.
More Masons, less KKK.
it's the
Massachusetts is not the South.
I was kidding.
It's pretty close to how far you can get away from the South.
Virginia is like the border. Well, West Virginia
is. It really is. You hit.
Stop talking about it. Duncan was making
live
a
in
joke.
the South.
Move on.
I live in the South now. It's why we don't have snow.
God.
So, stuck on that.
Alrighties.
Emily, you with your standard success do notice something sticking out like a sore thumb. There's a line of trees that, again, we're at the T intersection. Across the intersection, that has a very classic New England. There's a line of trees that blocks the stores from the streets, gives plenty of shade for walking. And you notice a very stereotypical G-man. I mean, the man's tie doesn't even have a color. Black suit, white shirt, white pocket square, black tie. If unbuttered toast was a person, you're looking at it.
I should have named myself Tad
This is
Strange.
Duncan's character. Yeah. Okay. I'm imagining
Actually,
that.
I will give you one other thing.
Okay.
You don't see the birds fly off, but you see Dr. Muhlenbeck. His head moves suddenly, and the coffee drops from his hand. Almost, you question if he's an older man. You question if he may be having a heart attack or a stroke, because it's sudden. It's a release of the cup, and he doesn't seem to be moving. He's fixated across at the quad.
Is the quad towards the milk toast man I see, or is that towards the?
So
towards
again, you're
Dr.
at
Deschnelling's
the
car?
you're at the T intersection, and this one over here is
Mhm.
the coffee bar. The other side of the T
Mhm.
intersection, the Deschnelling's car is parked over there, and the line of trees, and the G-man is at the corner behind the front fender of the Lincoln.
Okay.
The quad is then on this side over here.
Okay.
So you're from your position, you're looking out. The quad's over there, and the other side of the street's over there.
All right.
Doctor,
that-
are you okay? She takes one of her, like, maybe they both just went to the cafe together to pick something up before heading back to classes, and she hands him a napkin to clean up some of the coffee that spilled onto his outfit, and kind of looks towards the quad, wherever he was
He
looking
does
towards
not
and away
take
from the
the
strange man.
napkin. He's wearing a brown suit, so coffee's not bothering him much, but he sticks out his arm and he says, "Diane, you need to move back."
Okay. She
Doctor-
takes a step back.
Dr. Pips, did you succeed in
I
anything?
failed.
You failed. Okay, so you are.
Have you succeeded in your life at any point?
Have you succeeded at all
I
in any of
failed.
your endeavors? As we understand it, the man comes in to dig up trinkets after we looted the pyramid. Okay.
Alrighty.
Now,
Dun,
I
dun, dun,
want
dun, dun.
you to get a good understanding of how everything in a moment stops. The air becomes deathly still. The cars on the street stop moving. The wind in the trees dissipates. But the leaves don't return to their normal hanging position.
It's like they're standing on end?
No,
Yeah.
like they were stuck in the position they were in when the wind was blowing, but the wind stopped.
Oh, I see.
Now, normally wind, makes them flutter and they'll have a resting position, but like when your hair stands on end, there's an unpleasant electricity about it. It is the knot in your stomach, Henry, tighten immediately. So I want everyone to just.
Okay, my first instinct is to. Oh, sorry.
Well, again, do you have a first instinct?
Is to go to Deschnelling because I feel like he would
I
be
pull
the
out my
safest bet, and he's
gun.
my hero.
You would probably, yes. I'd say since the cars have stopped, you probably begin crossing the street towards the rear,
All right.
the rear quarter of the Lincoln.
I go and tap on the window, and I kind of raise my hand for him to call on me.
You do not get a response at this time. Normally, he'd roll down the window and tell you to bugger off, though.
Something is deathly wrong.
So give me a psychology roll.
No.
I'm good.
I don't have
That's
psychology.
a success.
Success?
Yeah, normal success.
Normal success. Okay. His head doesn't move. He's waiting. He is waiting.
I think this is a test for me. What do I do?
How do I get Senpai to notice me?
Connor,
Senpai! Senpai!
Sorry.
Dr.
Oh
Pitts,
my god.
I'm still in the coffee shop with the students, or did the students leave?
you and the students were filing out at the time.
Right.
So you were distracted having conversation with one of them. But you're
Of course.
you're much farther back than anyone, and you have a clear line of sight to
Am
see the
I-
event.
Is everything, including the people, stopped? Like, were the people I was just talking to as they're walking away stop in movement?
I want you to understand that it's as if time has stopped,
It's like the Matrix.
Hey, checker.
but it hasn't. If you were to look at your watch, it would keep on ticking. There's the time itself has not stopped, but the environment in which you are is reacting. Anybody any good at nature or anything like that?
I have a bit of
No
it,
natural
but I'm
world.
not here right now, so.
I have
Yeah,
a,
boy.
I have a 32. I enjoy nature. I spend some time in nature.
Just imagine.
I like
So
nature.
you have a history. You have a science of some form of
Natural world.
natural world.
Yes.
Let's see if you can pass a check, and if you have a few points in it, I might give it to you in an easy pass.
I got a 6, so that's an extreme pass, right?
Man, everybody's rolling good today.
Wow!
I mean,
Holy cow!
hold on. A 0, 0,
Everybody.
and a 6 is a 6, right?
Yes.
Zero,
yes.
zero, six
Yeah.
is a
Glad
16.
we're rolling well now.
Yeah,
Glad
yeah.
you're
When
rolling
nothing
well
bad
now.
is happening. Yeah.
Not, when you're about to die. And you're like, I got a 97.
Drake immediately
He
turns.
might be about to die right now, Ian. You don't know.
Drake immediately turns to the coffee shop bookshelf. He breaks the bottom shelf. My God, it's the Necronomicon. Who
It's where
could've
it's
thought?
hidden
Oh
on
my
campus.
god, stop.
I immediately head to the basement.
All right, all right.
So, not so much here in the U.S., but of course in your jaunts to the Arab countries, Egypt in particular, sandstorms carry an electric charge to them. And here in the States, when lightning comes down and strikes a tree in the middle of a forest, there is a reaction which occurs in the surrounding trees. The environment is electrified, such that the power of something happening can be felt. It's, to you, it seems a natural phenomenon, but there is no reason for it.
There is
Why?
no lightning bolt that came down that caused this effect.
The clouds in the sky are white and puffy, and if there was a lightning strike, you should see car alarms. It should be, and it's not. It's just, you interpret it as natural for some reason. And that's why you don't have to make a sanity roll.
Unnaturally, you perceive it naturally.
With your scientific mind, you perceive it naturally.
Science has lied to you again.
Science.
Lied again.
Call of Cthulhu.
I mean,
Science is
Dude.
false.
Call of Cthulhu.
I mean,
the only
realistically,
game where being smart is a bad thing.
realistically, science
Yes.
is just a way to explain the things that were previously unexplained. So the moment that these things that are unexplained become explainable, it could be classified as science.
Whatever you want to believe, man.
I'm
We're
just,
going
I'm
to
just
do our best to
Whatever
rock
you
that
tell yourself at
door.
night.
Whatever you tell yourself.
I'm
at
thinking
night.
about like coming face to face with the night gaunt and being like, science can explain this.
Well, that's exactly it. If you roll,
That would make Cthulhu Mythos a science.
If
Let's
you-
not. Okay,
Okay,
moving
yeah,
on.
yeah,
What
yeah.
happens
If you
next?
don't believe in Santa, he can't hurt you.
The deathly silence is broken by screaming. Not female, not shrieks of ah! Ah! Nothing like that. Okay, there's not some damsel in distress. It is begging pleas of mercy. Dear God, someone help me. Somebody help me. Somebody help me. It's coming after me. Somebody help me.
From,
The
and
man
do we
of-
all hear it?
Oh yes, you all hear it as the man hoves it. He's come down the staircase and is running across the quad. For whatever reason, the mind sees shelter if I can just get to that congregation of people, those people walking down the sidewalk in the coffee shop. But he's running, and he is the only movement that you may perceive. And he continues to yell, my God, someone help me, please, someone help me, it's coming for me.
I think this is some sort of test Snelling has set up for me, so I rush over to him and ask what's wrong.
You
Again?
fucking simp! You're a Dishnelling simp!
You're a simp.
God!
I didn't get to talk to Snelling about my thesis on Stockholm Syndrome, so I'm just going to help this guy.
Oh my
My
god.
God. This is why
I want to.
Deshaun
Can
doesn't
I?
respect
Can
you.
as
Yes,
Diane takes this in, especially because of the fact that the professor told me to get behind him and looked in that direction, so I was kind of like primed to see this person come down. Can I look for whatever he's running from, or try to spot to see if there's anything coming out of the university or?
You certainly can. But it will be a
Okay.
hard success of this.
I like my successes like I like my men.
What is up with you today? What?
I don't know. It's Halloween, guys.
It's Halloween. Everybody eat your candy.
I think I actually got it because hard as half, right?
Yes, hard as half.
Hard as half.
I got a 32 under 75.
Wow, what a spot hidden.
So that
Yeah,
should be
bitch.
the...
I'm
Where's
educated.
my calculator? Where's my calculator? Oh wait, no, I should have it on your character.
Half
sheet,
of it's fine because half of 70
Um,
would be 35.
Okay, here we go.
32.
So spot hidden 70. Yes, there's so under half. Okay. So at a hard
Yes!
success,
That's like
God!
a basic math problem.
you cannot again. What I will describe it to you at this distance and only a hard success, not an extreme success. So you know how on a asphalt road in the desert, when the light hits it and it goes, it kind of bounds up and down, there's those shimmering kind of pools that form, right?
Like that
Trick of the light.
heat kind of like wavering.
Yeah, heat waves, and the light catches it and it looks kind of like shimmering, right?
Yeah, I get you.
That shimmering is not on an asphalt road in the desert. It is not 120 degrees outside, and it shimmers here, and it shimmers here, and it shimmers here, and it's
I can see it like moving, essentially.
moving and it's bouncing all over the place, but the one dimension
Okay.
is its distance from you and the cafe, and the only thing that you can perceive about it is that shimmering is moving closer.
Dun dun dun.
And or to me.
To this
Oh, okay. Well,
to the intersection. He is running
we
towards
can't-
the intersection from across the quad.
can we move? Because we're perceiving his movement as the only thing moving. But am I moving? Is like the professor moving at all?
I thought you
The-
did, Emily.
If I
thought
try?
you moved behind your professor.
Yeah, the professor pushed you. The professor said you need to get back. He is.
I thought that happened before time stopped.
It did.
Who said time stopped?
You did.
No one said time stopped.
Well, in a manner of speaking.
The environmental time stopping.
Yeah, I
Yes.
said I wanted you to see that, but I told you if you looked at your watch,
Time is
the
still
hands would
going.
keep moving around.
Our perception of
Okay,
time.
shut up. Metaphorically,
What?
as we perceive it, like
part
time is stopped for
of
other
a
people.
foreign, ill-defined experience do you not understand is attributable to the Cthulhu mythos?
Okay, shut up, Connor.
We just
You said
listened
that
to your
the
dulcet
only
tones,
movement-
and time stopped, and I got lost in your eyes.
You
What can I
said
say?
that the only movement that we could perceive was the movement from this man. Does that mean that I myself am incapable of moving, or that the professor is not moving right now? Because that's the question that I have for you.
So, if I may continue to shroud it in mystery, as is appropriate, your question is, can you move if you wish to?
Yes,
Yes, you may.
I tried.
Nobody,
Oh,
nobody
oh
here
God.
has moved. But nobody here has moved.
I mean,
but if
Zach's
you want
character tried to move.
Yes,
Zach's
and
character tried to move.
I tried to
closer
rush
him.
over to the guy running.
Well,
And he's
Ian's
What?
character is
you went,
moved.
after that you went to hide behind. You went to hide behind the gelatinous boulder that you know is your best chance of being safe in the scenario. You went and circled around to the back of Schnelling's car. So that's where you are. So
Right, and then
Ian,
once I heard,
Zach, you moved.
And then Zach started to move towards the guy at the same time as
He
Emily
then-
is
he
seeing
then
the
began
shimmer.
to walk up the side of Schnelling's car to tap on the glass and see if he could get his attention.
No. He as soon as when the screaming guy showed up, Zach said, "I'm gonna go after the screaming guy."
Oh, you're gonna
right, because I
you're
think
gonna-
this is some sort of test that Schnelling has set up, so I'm running. I went to the screaming guy.
You're
To
going
ask
to
what's
proceed,
wrong.
You're going to proceed into the intersection.
Yes.
he's like,
Oh God. Okay, when a DM asks,
Connor's excited. That's not a good
or
sign.
a DM asks your
Wait, so I just want to
never a
confirm.
good sign.
Walk through the door.
This is triggering something.
I just want to confirm that you have
Or like,
Let's-
I want to confirm what's your order? Who's going first? Who's at the end of this group? You do what? You walk towards him. You shout in a silent room this to your companion.
I just
gonna
want
die.
to be absolutely clear that from standing at the rear door of the town car and tapping on the glass, you have now proceeded past and are walking up the front of the car and towards the intersection.
Yes, I would look both ways as I cross the street, but yes.
That a car is not what you need to be worried about right now.
Right.
"All right,
But yes,
hey,
I do, despite the literal narrative not in my stomach telling me not to. I go after the
all
guy.
right, wait. We got to pause for a sec. All right, we got to pause for a sec. First off, I haven't done anything yet because I don't really understand what my role is here yet. So I wanted to talk to Connor about that from a keeper perspective. I'm like here. Why am I here? Why was I in this intersection? Do I know what's happening right now? Is what I'm asking.
Yes, you've been privy to it.
No. I mean, like from a keeper perspective, do I know what's happening, or was I just here for some reason?
Oh yes, it's you. You came. You have simply stepped out of Schnelling's car. That's why you're at the passenger.
Gotcha.
You don't want to. You want to hang out. You want to hang out in him with the windows up while he smokes cigars and Mustard's in the backseat with a pipe.
Boy, do whatever the hell you want. God damn it.
No, it's okay, because I already have a solution. I have Cthulhu Mythos. AKA, I know some crazy shit's happening right now. So when I see a poor, defenseless young... Right? You're young? How old are you, Zach?
Henry? Yeah, Henry's like 26, something like that.
When I see this little, poor, squealing American citizen... And of course, since he's an American
Help me, I'm a squealing American citizen.
I will allow you. Well, because that's what I was gonna say is, it didn't require any mythos on your part to know what was going on.
Yeah.
You were told on the ride over.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna stop Zach. I'm gonna stop Zach.
Your crowd control. So yes, I will. Zach could have gotten very hurt, but you are going to keep him from going out there, and Zach, by virtue of working at the Miskatonic University Mental Institute of Mental Health and Healing, not the sanitarium, not the asylum, because we are in 2008. You, this is the suit. This is the G-man who...
Call him a G.I. Joe.
Oh,
G-man.
Okay. Always hanging around on the floor in Deschelling's wing. So when he so I will let you play this out.
I also do want to say we do need to know what Emily's going to do, and we do need to know what Drake's going to do.
Right. So I guess this is something I should
I'm going
probably
to
side chat to you, Duncan, because I don't think I've told you this, but
we can do that. We can do that a little later. It's fine.
I mean, are you sure things aren't going to progress that quick? I mean, I just want to tell you, basically what's going on. So it'll take me 2 seconds.
All right.
Do it.
Because
do it. Just do it.
You
do bring up an excellent point here.
All right. So we will side chat, and in the meantime, why doesn't everybody enjoy this? Oh, it doesn't work. How about everybody enjoys this GIF of David S. Pumpkins?
Is really dead over Zach.
What?
That's cruel.
What's wrong?
Zach on Twitch over you. It says this guy is really dead, and he's not anymore because you literally just saved him.
Oh, that's
so
right.
So maybe make it this
I
guy is
said,
really
I thought you meant
alive.
David S.
Oh,
Pumpkins
there's
was
the
over
gift.
me, but I would be honored to have that homage of David S. Pumpkins.
But hey, Emily, don't
guy.
No, don't say it out loud. Don't say it out loud. But you see the other text that's on the screen right now, right?
No.
Come on, guys, I don't know what it says.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's right at the very top. You see that? See that?
I'm trying to.
Nemo Solus Sapit. Oh, I see the other one. Thank you. It's very good.
Don't worry.
It's kind of hard for me to see because these contacts are not meant to help my vision, ironically, but also understandably. Because they're just cool.
They're for the cool factor, not for the functional factor.
Yeah, we gotta measure this shit in swag, okay? And that's why I'm wearing the swaggy red contacts and vamping while Connor sends secretive shit to Duncan. I'm not salty about it.
Oh my God,
It's
Connor,
fine.
really?
Hey.
All right.
You know what?
I mean,
I really just want a chance to,
there's another one coming. I'm giving you a chance to digest.
guys, I don't listen. I know Connor's he's an experienced keeper and all, but Connor, really, this is a first time adventure. Is summoning an elder god this early really the best idea?
Okay, yeah, whatever.
Duncan, you're so predictable. Stop.
Yeah, well, could you predict? Whoa, wait a sec. Why am I in the? Whoa, everybody switched around.
Wait, Nyarlathotep? What?
Did Ian's camera cut out?
Ian's camera cut out, and it made me and Connor switch spots.
It's all good. No worries.
Good.
No, I know. I'm just Here's my take on what Ian's character is doing this time.
Emily, be quiet.
Ian's character.
Are you talking to a cat?
Yeah.
We can't hear the cat, Connor. It's just you.
Connor, are you sure you even have a cat? Roll sanity.
His cat's been missing for 2 years.
Today's the anniversary.
This cat.
Diane, Diane, in this moment, is going to turn to Professor
Okay,
Muhlenbach
Diane.
and ask.
Go ahead, Diane.
What?
We're
Oh.
ready to hear the cat.
Oh, jeez. I was like, what? She says, what? Professor, what's going on? What is that man running from? We have to help him. And she moves as though she's about to go forward.
Once again, his arm stays outstretched where it has been, and he said, "This is not something that you will be able to help him from."
She looks back and forth from him and
And with
what's
that,
okay, hang on. One sec. There's no equivalent of sense motive here. It would just be psychology, right? I'm not gonna roll that shit.
it would be
She doesn't know. She just looks back and forth between him and the man.
I mean, you can. I mean, you.
And with that,
Uh-oh. I didn't get what you said there, Emily. You're breaking
What?
up.
oh yeah, my internet is poopy. I'm
No, what-
sorry.
No, did you just say and with that?
Why did you take a poop on your internet?
Yeah, I was just being.
That doesn't make any sense.
Connor,
I-
she was setting it up for you to
I
continue.
ate a full dinner. Yes, because I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. Or I mean, like, yeah. Well, after that's resolved, what's the next thing? What happens? Tell us.
You see this man who, again, your mentor is not a young man. He's been programming computers to do things since you had to do it with a punch card.
Wow.
And the deftness of this old German's movement shocks you.
Literally shocks you. Take a d6 of damage. Sorry, I'll stop. I'll stop.
Fluid steps, you know, almost a crouch, perfectly smooth shuffling of his feet. He advances himself to the corner of the intersection. Now,
Follow him.
okay, you can certainly.
But
follow
I'm
him.
staying like behind.
That's perfectly fine. I am not saying anything at this point about you staying on the sidewalk.
It is all flooding back to me now.
I'm not gonna leave the sidewalk, but I'm going to follow him to the corner.
That's a good idea. Where did you get such a good idea?
Boo.
Shut up, you metagaming hoser. Okay. God.
Now, Duncan, I would like to afford an opportunity for role playing. Now that you know what's going on, and I will trust you to be coy. I would like you to roleplay getting Mr. Basil out of the street.
All right, guys. Here's the deal.
You're not talking to guys, you're talking to one person.
Zach, listen. Or I'm sorry,
God.
Henry. The man running is a liter. Should I just read Connor's message? I literally like in a similarly fluid motion. Agent Stewart steps forward in 2 steps and places his gloved right hand on the shoulder of intern Henry. And he just
Gloves
says,
in early fall. Please tell me they're black leather gloves. And
they are black
suit.
leather gloves, yes.
I love it. I love it. Keep going.
It's because he has
As long
his...
as they're not nitro blue.
It's because he has his briefcase in his left hand, you know, that's just the way it... Yeah, just like Emily's black gloves there.
Yes,
Yes.
indeed.
They're coming through the screen. All right, and then I grab him on the shoulder. I grab him on the shoulder, and I just say, I wouldn't do that if I were you. In just a very...
Hi, you're the Schnelling's friend or associate, sir. Hi, I'm Henry. Do you know what's going on
Now's not the time
here?
for introductions, Henry. Take a step back. And I very forcefully, although you can resist it, I'm not gonna like.
Perhaps you know who he was.
I'm not. I'm gonna pull you back, but not with enough force that if you wanted to resist, you know what I mean? Like I just grab the shoulder and I pull you back.
Okay, I don't resist. I trust you.
All right. And so I try to pull him away from any potential danger areas.
My word, you trust him? You trust anybody in this game?
I was gonna say you trust.
He's the Schnelling's associate. Of course I trust him.
maybe I'm part of the
because
test.
Zach is a fucking simp.
Maybe I'm part of the
Damn.
test, guys.
Sam.
Sam.
All right. I think that's it for me. I think
Give
that's,
me an S.
I just hear that echoing in my head like a drip of a faucet. Just
Give me an M. Give me a P. What does that spell? Zach.
Henry.
Zach.
Henry,
No, his
Zach,
character's name.
Simp.
Oh shit! I didn't write down your characters' names in my character sheet so that I actually
did.
will remember them.
I can message it to you.
I didn't.
I wrote down.
If you'd
Yes,
like to write
please.
them
Thank
down,
you.
I will give you a moment to write them down.
No,
I-
continue.
All right, yeah, if you pull me-
No, keep going. Ian will message me.
Yeah. Let's keep it rolling.
If you pull me away, I ask, okay, what's going on?
I kind of take you down, and and I haven't taken my hand off your shoulder yet because I'm keeping a very tight grip. Even as I start to walk you towards the other side, like he's screaming in the background. Emily's character's walking forward. I'm walking your character back around the other side of the car. It's forceful, but not enough that you're like, whoa, okay, dude, take your hands off me. This is 2008 after all, you know. A lot of guys in black suits
It's-
mysteriously killing interns in hospitals. at this time.
Saucy. It's saucy anime levels of force.
Yeah, yes. And as we start to round the corner, I say, I call you by, I say, listen, Henry, if I may call you Henry, this is above my pay grade. And by that I mean it's far above your pay grade. If you really want the answers, you'll have to ask Dr. Schnelling yourself. But for the meantime,
tried,
I ask
but
that, in the meantime, sir, I ask that you please stay safe. Now, what was it you wanted to ask?
I was surprised you knew my name. I tried to get Schnelling's attention, but he wouldn't open the window. I mean, normally he would open it and like throw an egg at me or something, but no response.
He's incredibly focused
Oh
right
my
now.
God.
And it wouldn't have just, you would think raw egg, hard-boiled egg from a lunchbox, maybe.
No, it's
scrambled egg.
It's century
No.
eggs he made himself.
No,
He
it's
has a
like that.
carton of raw eggs on hand.
The man, along with a pastrami sandwich, the man keeps a plate of very pungent deviled eggs on hand at all.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
All right, so I think
In a
that's
Tupperware.
Okay,
And
but now I'm
it's
craving deviled
guaranteed
eggs
to
and I
stay
feel
in your
confused.
shirt. And it sticks.
Yeah, deviled eggs with mustard.
At Dijon.
Oh no, I spilled coffee on my character sheet.
now
Now it's more authentic.
Oh no, it's authentic. Yeah. Oh, Ian, you got the same thing that I did. It's authentic.
God damn it. We're too good of friends.
Yeah.
Now,
Yes. Not good enough.
now the epicenter is shifting towards you.
You forgot about Drake.
God.
Oh, Dr. Pip, of course, I'm so sorry.
Could you forget Dr. Pips, bitch?
Hey,
The most attractive. Wait, is Dr. Pips more attractive than Diane?
No.
Okay, so just the picture is attractive.
No,
His
probably
appearance is actually not.
He's an attractive person, but
What's your
He's-
appearance?
it's 50.
Oh,
So
okay,
I'm
okay.
attractive.
Average.
Oh no, mine is huge. Mine is
Average.
75.
No. Drake's is
Diana's a
incredible.
fucking hottie.
Drake's
mine
is
is
incredible.
also 75.
Woo!
Jesus.
No.
Drake. What that
He's
is?
the Kennedy.
I'm a Kennedy.
That's what Drake's appearance is based on that picture. Is that when you see a picture of this guy, when you see him from like 10 feet away, you're like, oh hell, this guy's hot. And you get closer, and
And
you
then you
notice
get
the
closer, and you're
mustard
like-
stains on his face, and when he takes off his
iron,
when he takes off his shirt, he's just a big.
Oh, he
beer
wears
belly.
a bow tie, and then you get up there, and it's an ugly pattern. It's a little crooked. And it's a clip-on.
I was gonna say the picture that I showed was like the picture that he shows and like is his presenting photo,
It's his
but on
Tinder
a regular
profile.
day,
His LinkedIn.
yes, his LinkedIn. He's much more on
His
the
headshot.
casual side of things and very just disheveled. He
Okay,
is,
casual men can still be sexy. Let's be real.
I mean,
Can't row for us, sucker.
I think I proved that every single day.
Look, it's
Oh.
2020.
Oh, the
Hawaiian
laughter.
shirts are in. All right.
yeah, no, don't worry. Diane is quite more beautiful than I am.
All
Diane's
right.
a sex pot.
Well, in order to move things along, because of course we can prolong anything
Sorry.
we like for almost an hour. An opening that should have taken a half hour at most. That's okay. We're going to keep rolling with it. The epicenter moves closer. Now, by unknown magics, by virtue of you communicating to you and Dr. Muhlenbeck being communicative, by the fact that his attention was for the moment, it was at the forefront, now it is still at the back of his mind of keeping you safe. By the virtue that Dr. Pips is more understanding of the environmental conditions, allows him to step through, so to speak. And by virtue that, of course, Henry has been touched by a man who is, we'll say, protected from what's happening. When the epicenter moves closer, time does halt. All other people around you go glassy-eyed, look like mannequins. Just nothing perceptible. They're not cold, they are static. Stopped. So are the trees, and so are the birds, and so is everything. But the guy keeps running closer, begging, help me, somebody help me.
Okay, so if we're at a T intersection and he's coming this way, is he running along the road, so he's going to cross into the road and go in between the two buildings?
He's running towards the coffee shop, but he's arcing from the staircase to where the T intersection is, down at the lower part of the quad. So he's running towards the coffee shop because he knows professors and people hang out there, and what he's running from requires a certain form of understanding. I guess we'll put it that way.
Oh, you mean mythos?
Shut
Fuck
up.
you, Duncan.
So sorry.
Shut up, or I'll mute you.
Oh.
Now, there is a moment where the last tick on a Rolex watch happens. Or rather, it doesn't tick. The sweeping motion slows to a crawl and then stops. 2:11 p.m. 53 seconds.
Wow, that's my favorite time.
You know what?
All right, I'm sorry.
Here I am trying to provide you an
Connor,
uncomfortable
Connor,
environment.
don't feed it. Don't give in.
Is
Ignore
anyone-
it. Be
Is
stronger.
anyone scared? Is anyone feeling?
I'm
I
tense.
am.
I'm tense. I'm tense.
I am, but that's because I'm very easily scared, but also, like, yes, I'm feeling it in my soul.
I'm really curious.
Okay, what time did you say it was?
2:11
What time?
p.m. 53 seconds. time
2,
as we perceive
11.
it stop. And there are several things that happen at that moment. I'd like to give everyone a spot hidden roll again, just to be able to see at the distance. And if you succeed, then we'll see where we go from there.
Hard success.
Wait, no. Okay. I rolled 2 zeros and a 0. Is that 10
That's
or is
10.
that 100?
That's 10.
10.
I rolled 10. Critical success.
Awesome.
2 critical successes?
I only
One
got
hard,
1.
one critical.
We've been getting a
got a
couple of
hard
successes,
success.
but it,
Well,
yeah.
hard success. Again, you're trying to recognize a fit.
I mean, I wish these rolls were when I rolled my
This is a
character.
critical.
I also got a hard success.
I failed.
Okay, well.
Wait, do you mean now or do you mean your whole life?
Well, with how well I'm able to spot hidden things, I think my whole life.
Let's get
Okay,
critical.
so Diane, you got a critical. Okay.
I'm
then
gonna roll one just because I want to be included.
Why can't you wait and say again? This is taking longer than I anticipated, but that's.
It's all right. I got a 96 over 25, so it's.
You don't
You
have,
have
to
to
come
always-
in the danger. You
Oh
are.
my
you know where
God,
you are
Connor.
right now, Ian? You're comfortably in a big leather wingback chair.
I know where I am. I just wanted to roll a dice, Connor, and I went poorly.
All right,
so
all right.
glad I was
Fine.
present.
Okay, madam, critical success. You notice immediately that the man who is running is a student. You are not friends with him, but you do know him. I don't know, you've touched elbows in the lunch line. I don't care. But his name is Michael Wirtz. Wirtz. Just pick the name with a hard Z, Wirtz.
WRTZ.
Very German.
I-R-T-Z, Wirtz.
Works
And
at
Wirtz is a... Well, he's a lit major. He's here
That would make
because
sense as
he
to why I'm not.
read a Reddit on how awesome, how Miskatonic has a restricted section in their university library, and boy, that has to be interesting, doesn't it? It's the whole reason he's here. So you know him from the literature department. He was in. You know this because I'm just giving this to you at the extreme success. You know this because he was in your freshman required literature class, and they went around. Why did you come to Miskatonic? And that's what he said. Now, it doesn't really matter, but Henry, again, you've succeeded. You see the kid. You know, you're on campus. You're in the library time to time when your internet goes out at home. So you have a casual passing knowledge that this man is Michael Wirtz. But you don't know his motivation from Adam. You don't know why he would be running. But on the hard and the extreme success, you both see he is running with a folio in his hand. It's not a book per se. It's one of those leather sleeves that wraps around and has the snap that goes over it. When you undo that and open it up, there's like a personal journal. So
A day planner.
yeah, but it's like a
No, it's like a folder.
it's not a calendar.
but
It's I mean it's bound. It's a book. It's like a personal journal.
like an accordion folder.
No, not an accordion. It's a single.
Okay.
It's a journal, but it has an outer leather wrapping that has a snap on it that goes around. You ever played Skyrim? Everyone's played Skyrim, right?
Oh
God,
my! No, I haven't, but I
hate
know what you
Skyrim.
mean.
When you pick up someone's personal journal, that.
Everyone's
I
played
gotcha.
Skyrim.
No,
Emily has played all the games. She knows everything we're talking about. She would never play Skyrim because that would be stupid. Why would Emily not play Skyrim? Emily plays games.
I'm
Emily
sorry.
knows the games that are you're good.
Duncan hates Skyrim.
This is-
Emily,
Zach,
are you having a
Like
breakdown?
Skyrim. I don't understand.
Yes.
Nobody around here likes mainstream games. I'm the only one who plays a mainstream game. I'm the only one who owns.
I
a
like
game
Basic Boy
box.
games, but it's
I love
Whoa, whoa,
Skyrim.
whoa, whoa,
Nintendo
whoa,
shit.
whoa, 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 whoa,
Okay.
guys! We all like mainstream games. We're all basic, all right? It's okay.
Yeah, whatever. What?
Yeah. Pumpkin
Call
spice
of
for
Duty.
life. Hey, the
Hashtag
next
aside.
How dare your
the
basic
next
mainstream
contestant-
interests be different than my basic mainstream
Michael-
interests?
All right, this guy's got a
Michael,
this guy's got a cool journal.
Yeah, and he's running
He's
with it. in his
Hashtag
It's like
hand.
a football.
Michael, run! What's going on?
He's kicked like a football.
Oh shit!
He's kicked. He or the book?
His body, his physical being is kicked like a football. Up in the air, like they're going for the goalpost. He crests
It's
about
20. It's
40
30. It's 40
feet up.
yards.
So he's hanging in the air right now after having just been kicked up.
He's been kicked.
Yeah.
He's not hanging. He's flying.
No,
through
no,
the
I
air.
know. I mean, like that. It's an expression.
You perceive it as being kicked. I mean, he starts at point A and goes up to point B.
He's flung into the air, but
Some-
struck.
Throws him into the air. But it's, whatever. You see him. I mean, if you can see him at a distance, so it looks like the force has hit him in the spine and scooped him up. And he ragdolls for a couple of through the apex of this curve until he comes down middle of the intersection and comes to a complete stop, dead stop, motion dissipating instantaneously with no respect for the law of conservation of mass or momentum, about 5.5 feet off the ground.
Does he still appear to be alive when he is 5 feet from the ground?
His face, his eyes are open. They're glazed.
Is he shouting anymore?
It looks like he is, but there's no sound coming out.
Where's he located? Like, how far was he kicked, and how close is he to the witch's brew?
He was kicked about.
I failed to see him being like, I failed the spot hidden check, and so I'm going like, am I actually seeing him get kicked?
He's been. Well, you see him fly through the air. There's some trees that would obscure your view. Let's say. I mean, there's trees and planters in the middle or on the side of the sidewalk, either side of the street. It's a pleasant New England town. It's greenery and shit. But you see him come into the intersection, not where one would come into the intersection, 20 feet up in the air, coming down from a peak of 40 over about 40 yards that he was kicked. I'm going to continue to use the word kick because again, from picked up and thrown. He was attacked
He's
from behind and
struck.
sent.
He's struck from the spine and flies up into the air from. Yeah. Okay.
And he comes down.
And he hovers.
And he stopped. And he's hovering. His eyes wide open, full of terror.
How does Dr. Mullenbach turn or react once he's moved?
Again, I said there were several things that happen when the clock stops moving. If anyone's watching.
Oh gosh.
All right, continue.
When second hand stops, when it's slowed and it's finally stopped, the moment it stops, there's a very clear ka-chink. The door to the Lincoln open, 2 doors to the Lincoln open up. Driver's front, passenger rear. you're not looking. So
Zach and I notice.
we're gonna gloss over appearances at the moment because you're focused on the intersection. You're not seeing what's going on back of your field of vision. But you hear the doors open, shuffling, shoes hitting pavement as a tremendous weight hefts itself out of the vehicle, and a very tall, statuesque person gets out of the back of the car. Now, as he floats, for those moments, as these people get out of as these unknown parties get out of the car, unknown to you anyway, get out of the car, space begins to rend. The shimmering begins to present itself more in, or does present itself in one place, as it begins to rift. But we're talking about the rifting of the air. I mean, it does not make logical sense, but space in 3 dimensions, no matter where you were to stand around it, there is a tear forming around the midsection of his body, on the far side of his body from where you can see. It's a tear, a rift.
Is it through his body or just on the other side of where he's being?
You can't tell. It looks like both and neither.
All at once.
All at once, and yet nothing at all. It could be a trick of the light, swamp gas, bouncing off a weather balloon from the light from Venus, refracting and...
Wait, swamp gas bouncing off a weather balloon in the quad of Miskatonic University?
Yes.
He's setting the scene, Ian. Come on.
I just
being
want to
facetious.
confirm.
reels at its comprehension as you roll a D3 of sanity.
What did you say?
Everybody rolls
I'm
a
not
D4.
here.
of sanity.
Mind
Fuck yeah.
reels at the incomprehensibility of this as you roll a D3 of sanity.
I rolled. Okay. I rolled technically a 4, so a 2, right?
That would be 2.
2.
Yes. Roll a D6 and divide whatever it is by 2 and round up.
I
got it, thanks.
also got
Just
a.
gonna
I also
say
got a
you.
2.
Oh, Duncan, you don't have to. You were told what was going on.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know what your. I don't know how your mind works.
Yeah, and you knew, you slut.
So
Why did
we're
I say that?
rolling 3 D6s?
No. We'll roll 1d6 and divide it by 2.
Divide it by 2 and round up.
She's a slut for insanity.
So a 1's a 1 and a 2's a 1. A 3 and a 4 are 2. And a 5 and a 6 are 3.
I got a 3.
Okay.
So I'm
Total
taking
2 points.
Taking 3
Sorry.
points of sanity. This is not a sanity check. This is
You just take sanity, yeah.
pulpy. This is, again, I'm starting you off here. I'm shocker. Holy crap. Now, what you perceive as this rift is occurring, you look around instinctively, trying to find something to grab a hold of, something that returns normalcy to the situation. Am I wrong?
No.
As you begin to look around, you're watching a 3D movie without the 3D glasses on. Everything seems to be separating itself. Oil and water. The trees don't appear green. They're choppy gradations of themselves. It's a tree with a halo of red, a halo of orange, a halo of green, blue, indigo, violet. The color spectrum, as it appears that the reality itself seems to be spreading out, stacking itself one frame after another, after another, after another, after another, and you have this horrible, horrible feeling that as these planes space themselves out and unfold like an accordion, that between those planes there's something that can walk through that like a hallway.
Don't like that. We don't like that at all. Shut the door.
Shut the door. But you can't. There's no doors outside.
Except the doors on the outside of buildings, but you know, it's okay.
Doesn't help. Doesn't help.
At some point during
Nothing
all
ever
this, I
does.
have drawn my gun.
Oh, what are you gonna do with that?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I have drawn my gun, and I have relinquished my grip on the simp, and I have I have positioned myself betwixt him
On the sim.
and the planar walker.
Planar shuffler would have been a better. I think.
Well, what?
planar
Okay,
shuffler.
whatever. You got what I was going for. We can move on with our lives. Would you say that this creature perhaps shambles?
Gotta hate it.
Well, I do. Okay.
From the rift begins to emerge a it's got arms and legs, technically.
Kind of.
I mean, it's bipedal, but it's bipedal and the legs come off at a weird. It's a cockroach, really, because it's got antenna that come off of
Oh, you're
it,
using.
and it's got kind of like a shellish on its back, but I mean, it walks up and it walks like an orangutan, except that, you know, aren't big beefy front arms. They're like, you know, praying mantis kind of things.
I see you're using that design.
It's because I can pull up a picture of it
Mhm.
easily. Do you have a problem with that, Duncan?
No,
Do you think you can do better?
I just downloaded the wrong type. That's all it was.
Well, it would be a dimension hopping type, wouldn't it? Which is exactly what the core book shows.
Mm-hmm.
So be quiet.
I'm going to name him Shambler Bing.
Actually, it's Shamambler.
Shambler Bling.
Bong.
Can't.
I'm thinking about
Shamambler Bong.
Shamu. Can I name him Shamu?
Anyway, none of your characters know what this is.
No.
I want to get a. I know I can't because you know time is, you know, frozen.
No, you again by your environmental understanding, if you want to move, you can.
I was more
Does
trying
this-
to say I wanted to call someone, and I'm just saying I have seen that time has frozen for everyone but me,
Okay.
and so
And
it
that-
or
Rewind,
that, I
bitch.
guess, will
We're
be the trigger
moving.
for- that will be the trigger for the sanity that you've already taken. When you notice that time shouldn't stop ever.
I want to somehow contact my biology professor friends and go like, you need to dissect this thing. This looks interesting, and you got to dissect it.
You're not thinking that clearly.
No, I'm not. I really am not.
Anyway, it emerges from this rift and makes no bones about it. It's going to take its meal home with it. Back
Oh God.
wherever the
You
hell
say
that is.
meal?
Yes.
It's gonna
I
eat
said make no bones about it. He's going to take his meal back to wherever he's from.
Does this require a second sanity check? Because, like, a cockroach man came out of time and space and is now about to devour a person we
Well,
know?
I think that, well, that's why it wasn't a
This
sanity
is different.
check. It was just sanity, and I probably, well, I could have made it a bigger. Well, you know what? You'll no. I'm not going to tell you how I have this planned out. Understand that I have my reasons as the keeper, as the master of my domain,
I trust you
Oh, whatever.
implicitly.
which is this corner of Arkham, Massachusetts, right now. So, the strange cockroach gorilla man, his antenna twitching around, comes out and again makes no, just goes for grabbing. And as he grabs, his little side pincers poke a couple of times, just get a little snack, a little taste there. What's going on? What's cooking for dinner? One moment. Letting the suspense build.
That was gross, and I didn't like it, and I'm still thinking about it now. I'm fine.
Now, as this is happening, obviously, somebody's got to put a stop to this. It's happening in broad daylight, the middle of the street, for God's sakes. You hear a low grunt. Eric, you may begin. There's no way for what your mentor, Dr. Muhlenbeck, there is no human ear for which what he begins muttering and mumbling hits right. It's not a hard language, it's not a soft language. It's an amalgamation of sound, really. But there is a cadence, there's a pattern. Call it an invocation, if you will.
Oh dear.
His is the clearest, though, which makes it better. Two voices join in as sort of a round. The first is deep, and it does not enunciate as well. Bleh, bleh. It shakes and it stutters and it comes from someplace. Flubbery jowl.
God damn it.
The other sounds hollow. It's like someone who's had their voice box removed, but it's not metallic, it's not robotic, it's wooden. It's quite bizarre.
It's very upsetting.
But again, I didn't consult you on what Mustard's appearance was at this stage, Duncan. And
It's fine.
Oh God.
I'm going a little Walter Corbett. If you get that reference,
I
which
do
you
indeed.
should play that scenario enough. Very stiff movement, you know. They begin chanting. The ground that you stand on doesn't move, but by God, the air does. And it's practically an earthquake, which is quite a bizarre feeling when it's not coming from the earth. It's very, very odd.
It's an airquake.
It is the quivering of the air, but not so much quivering as full-fledged tremors. The world starts moving again, but not as one. Not as one. The laws of physics come back first, which knocks poor Michael out of his suspension into the ground. Unfortunately, not really arresting his momentum. He hits the ground and rolls, ass over tea kettle, into the leg of the T, whatever you call that, into this part of the T intersection. He rolls up the street next to Deschnelling's car. And again, to get, to roll like that, he had to hit the ground and bounce. And people don't bounce, like that. Rubbery. There's, still, the physics continued, but there was something else wrong there.
He must be a bumble. Bumbles don't bounce either.
Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. Well, that's Deschnelling, but again. And with that, the being, the cockroach man, is deprived of his meal, because it's been ripped from his arms, and he thinks nothing of these interlopers. He doesn't see them as much of a threat. However, as they continue to mumble, he walks towards the T of the intersection. So he's, if you're standing at the curb there, he's walking past you. Next, time restarts to an extent. Meteorologically, though, things come back first. But again, it's not a natural wind. It's the other end of a vacuum. These chants, these guttural sounds that don't mean anything to you or anyone else, are beginning to tug on the back of this thing. As wind begins to rush down between the buildings and start pushing this thing back towards the rift. What on earth was that?
I think that was Ian eating. I think that was Ian eating some spaghetti, maybe.
That's just what it sounds like when a time-space rift opens up.
Yeah, it sounded like a fart. It sounded like a space fart.
Someone just farting through a plate of SpaghettiOs.
I'm like, what am I doing? Nothing.
You farted out of a spaghetti can.
No, I just ate some chips.
Oh.
Bored as hell.
It sounds like a zipper. It sounded like a zipper came out of someone's ass. I don't understand.
In
any case.
Wind.
Yes.
Wind.
So, in any case, you don't see from where, but there is the air gains a texture to it. An exfoliating scrub. It is both liquidy, thick and liquidy, as well as abrasive and gritty. It's an odd quality for air to have, but it has it, oddly enough. And as the wind picks up and this thing continues to trudge down the street, up the street towards the poor incapacitated boy, it comes face to face, if you've been following it along, it comes face to face with nothing that you can discern as anything really, other than a mound. It's a mound. It's a pile of silk, and it's caped, actually, which is odd. The arms are, protruding. There's a keys. It's wearing a cape. Whoever it is, they're wearing a cape, which is bizarre.
Yeah, who wears a cape in 2008? Cosplayers and losers.
Just Schnelling.
And just a
Renowned
big,
psychologists.
wide-brimmed hat, and as near as you can tell, a scarf and a huge set of Ray-Ban yacht club master. His watch is a yachtmaster. His glasses are club master. And as the thing nearly gets to him, he merely takes one step aside to unblock the wind to its fullest potential. The man pulls out an 8-inch long, 1-inch diameter test tube, unstoppers it, and pours into the wind directly in front of this creature, hitting it immediately by the force of the wind. I mean, where you're standing, again, you're not in the street. You smartly did not go into the street. So the wind is ripping. If you were to stick your hand out, you'd get friction burn on the back of your hand. That's the force of the wind. We're talking the space shuttle is taking off down there. But this mound of flesh is stuck to the ground. He ain't moving. And so he unstoppers and pours into the intervening space to hit this thing in the face a greenish brown powder. It injures the beast directly, terribly, causes its carapace to flake and take damage. It's an ugly sight to behold, but you were saved from further sanity loss by the clear indication that it causes this foreign thing a great deal of pain, a tremendous deal of pain, so much that it loses balance, and without its lower spindly things to grip into the ground, tips over backward. The wind, which again is not the space shuttle, it's a vacuum from the void, sucks the bastard back in. The rift shuts, and the second it does, the wind returns to the normal, calm August breeze. Folks around you don't register that anything has happened, but they are shocked and appalled by the poor young man lying broken next to a car in the street. First murmurings are you hear as someone must have hit him and driven off.
Is he still breathing?
You can't tell from where you're standing. There's
I think that the
a lot of things that are in question right now. Time has restarted, and I again open the floor to anyone who would like to breathe. Perhaps move.
Me and Rod Stewart are pretty close to him, right?
You're on the sidewalk on the other side of the car.
Do you know if he's alive?
Oh, I'm sure he's quite dead.
Is
If
this going to happen to other
someone-
students?
Is this going to happen to other students? That's boy.
I
That's a
ask.
question that's
The
got a
person who seems
lot
to
of-
know what's going on somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Henry. Of course, it's all.
Depends on how careless they are.
This is all government secrets. Can't speak a word of this to anyone. But yes, I'm sure that over time, many more students will be hit by hit-and-run drivers who then just drive off into the night. Truly a tragedy. And I kind of clap you on the shoulder.
Can I run up to I'm assuming that I recognize this student.
No, you failed that. You
No, I'm
failed
saying
that.
I failed to notice what this student looked like. But as I run up, do I recognize?
Well, do you recognize? That's a good question. Roll a no roll. Roll a no roll.
Roll a no roll. No roll, no.
What's a no roll?
Just knowledge. It's one of your stats. I think he means intelligence.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, intelligence.
Thank you. I got a hard pass.
Yes, you do recognize the young Michael Wirtz from your history of the modern world 101, the most popular
General Ed.
general ed course in the history department, taught by one of the few history professors who's not a grave-robbing lunatic. That's why we have you here, and we're glad to have you. Just ask the provost; he's very happy about it. That
so-
bastard thinks he's so secure in that stupid little office he is. It's in Border Region space.
Zach,
$1 million
hey, Zach,
a year.
Zach, what's your profession again? You're like an intern, but an
Can I
intern of
just
what?
check to see if he's alive, real quick? Like, I want to how broken is he?
Very, very broken, and he needs to be stabilized.
Okay.
Zach, are you just psychology, or are you pharmacology? You have medicine.
I guess pharmacology, medicine side of things. If Ian's was more clinical psychology.
Yeah. So do you have points in first aid or medicine?
That I have points in both.
Which is better?
Medicine.
Medicine.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start taking control of the situation. All right.
Deschnelling, if I may, Deschnelling without turning to you. Henry. Medical
Yes. Just
medical bag. Trunk.
of course. I go and grab it.
You should know the doctor's not going to bend over to help the guy, so you're probably want to, stabilize him as best
Do
you
the
can
medicine.
before the paramedics show up.
All right. I feverishly go grab the bag and try to stabilize him as best I can. Would that just be medicine roll?
Yes. I'll take
All right.
medicine or first aid, whichever has a higher chances.
All right. Medicine. Normal success.
You stabilize his condition. He is, again, broken. He will be a cripple at least. He probably will not have you. He will probably be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. I'll give you that on a hard success or on a normal success as well. Perhaps a quadriplegic. That has yet to be seen. But when I say broken, I mean he's been broken. Like a toy. Like an action figure thrown aside. It's really pretty messed up.
Okay, never mind.
Has anyone called 911, or is that?
Oh, people will call 911. There's no big deal with that. Where's Emily?
She
I
had to
don't
use the restroom.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I guess I'm gonna just I'm going to look around the area, Connor, and I want to use my knowledge of, I don't think I really don't have any skills for this. So what I want to do is I'm looking around the area because I want to find the people who I think seem to have been affected by this, as opposed to the general populace who is just shocked and awed. I want to find the people who have the look in their eyes of they just lost 2 sanity. And my major goal here is to get them into my government vehicle that is just parked just down the road, so that we can take them somewhere else, so that we can discuss this further.
Connor, was Michael holding that book that he was holding on to? Is it still near the body, or did he drop it in the location where he impaled into the ground?
Yeah, he hit the ground and the book was dropped. It's not around anymore. You don't know where it went.
Oh, wow.
All right, so I see that Henry and Dr. Pips or Professor Pips are around the body, and I take a look around the area, and I think that at this point, with my trained eye, I think it's fair to say that I would recognize Professor Mullenbuck holding back Diane Walker.
As you see Diane talking to Professor Mullenbach and saying, "What was that? What just happened? What did you hold me back from? I saw that thing. What was it doing here?"
You didn't. Why? She he struggles to put together words.
It had no business of being here. That is certain. Now, Agent Stewart.
Yes.
You would please see to Miss Walker.
Excuse me, Professor Mullenbach, I will do as my country needs me to, without any direction from you or your associates. Miss Walker, is it? Nice to meet you. The name is Agent Stewart, and I extend a hand.
You a badge.
Extend a hand and reveal my badge with the other.
What's going on?
Oh, it's just a normal
You know what just happened.
Normal hit and run accident.
Why are you acting
happens
like
all the
nothing
time.
happened? Why are you not telling these people that they are in danger? What was that thing?
Ma'am, I'm afraid you've become hysterical. And if you'll come with me, I'll be able to explain further the make and model of the car that you mistook for something else. If you'll just follow me this way.
Don't you dare fucking call me hysterical.
Ma'am, please, I need you to come.
I will be quiet. I will be quiet, and I will go with you. But don't mislabel me as a crazy person because I'm telling the truth. She shakes your arm off of her shoulder and moves towards the car.
And as you are doing that exact action at the same time, as in every movie ever, where the protagonist is saying the truth to the world, but the government agent doesn't want the world to know, I look at the crowd behind me and just kind of give that shrug of, it's, what can you do with these crazy people? And then I come back over to the body where Henry is and where Professor Pips is, and I say, "Excuse me, gentlemen. I don't think we've been properly introduced. My name is Agent Stewart. I'm traffic warden here in Arkham, Massachusetts. Truly terrible what just happened here. One of the worst hit-and-run accidents I've ever seen in my 40 years on this earth. And, I think we're going to need to take your statements down at the station. If you'll just follow me this way to my police vehicle." Excuse me?
Sure, I give the medical bag back to Schnelling and say he's stabilized for now, but he'll make it. But I'm not sure how great the quality of life will be.
In order to speed along to the meat and potatoes here, if I may pan the camera out over this transpiring event, Diane, Henry, and Dr. Pips, you're led to the back of a tasteful Buick LeSabre, government issue, very simple. And the Camera pans out. An ambulance has arrived, of course. The paramedics getting out, of course, being from the University Hospital. That's where they'll be taking him. Deschnelling, of course, turns to them and says, full psychological profile. And tell them if he starts telling any strange stories, reach out to me at the Institute. He folds himself back into the car, and they caravan off
into the sunset.
Well, into midday.
All right. Am I driving my government car? I didn't really hear that very well.
You are driving everyone over to the sanitarium.
And so I'm driving everybody over, straight-laced. My eyes are directly on the road. But I'm going to sort of gesture with one black-gloved hand. Excuse me, the three of you sitting in my car right now. I lied before. I don't know if it was obvious. My name is Agent Stewart, but I'm not a traffic warden. I've been assigned here by the U.S. government due to strange happenings happening here in Arkham, Massachusetts. And I need to ensure your silence and your cooperation. Dr. Pips, Professor Pips, I need to hear a yes from you. What happened here today?
So there is this phenomenon where electricity can sometimes radiate through the air and cause a temporal discharge, and that allows that the whole environment to kind of stand on edge and stand on still. And then probably what happened was I can't figure it out yet, but
oh, that's fine. That's fine. I think that's great. I think you've already hit the nail on the head. That is exactly what happened. Excuse me, Henry. What happened here today?
It appeared to be a hit and run. We're going to give statements to see if there's anything we can be done to reduce the rates of hit and runs on campus.
Sir, you are a gentleman and a scholar, and I look forward to seeing your career develop. Miss Walker, and I understand. I'm very sorry. I truly did not mean to be so aggressive before. I know I probably can't say anything that would allow you to forgive me, but just know that I know you're not crazy. And I don't believe you are at all. Yes, we saw something crazy here today, but that does not mean that we are crazy. But if the world found out about this, if people, the public found out about this, just think about how they'd react. There'd be mass panic. Creatures coming from another dimension.
I have nothing,
with the internet.
sir. I have nothing else to say to the FB lie. So save your breath and stop talking until we get to the precinct. Chomp chomp.
Ooh.
All right.
Well, of course you don't go to the precinct.
Yes. We go to wherever Ian is.
Exactly. We arrive, ladies and gentlemen, at the sanitarium. And the sanitarium is not as it has been. It is no longer a repurposed New England mansion. It is a gigantic, arcing structure of black marble. 10 stories high above, 3 stories below. The only thing that even reflects the sanitarium of the 1920s is the statue of the Greek doctor Hippocrates, standing right there in the middle of the driveway. The black car from which the cloaked figure emerged is already there in a parking space. For your character's full introduction to him at this point, a black cast iron sign with gold leaf lettering says, "Parking for Dr. Cornelius de Schnelling, Director of Care, only, no exception."
And right next to it is a dumpster. Right next to it is a dumpster where Ian's character gets to park his shitty bicycle.
Well,
Yeah.
you can see that there is obviously a giant freaking Rolls Royce in the parking lot, which doesn't belong there. But that's Again, we'll get to Ian's character here very shortly. He's been waiting patiently.
Oh man, if only I could say anything within the last 2 hours.
All right. Hold your
That
horses.
was only supposed to take a half hour, but whatever.
But here we are, at
Oh,
8:30 at
long
night.
day.
It's
Womp
not
womp.
8:30. It's 7:40.
Yeah, Ian, did you turn your clocks back?
All I know is that I have been completely ignored.
No, you
this
haven't.
entire game.
We're here. All right.
I
The beautiful,
follow all
the
your
beautiful,
characters.
the beautiful former sanitarium.
I inject the FBI agent with ketamine.
Wow.
Oh no. God.
It's actually it's as you'll see, it's FBI agent now.
Anyway, you pull through the massive gilded brass gates on their odd obelisk-shaped supports. You pull up. You tread up this very, very long, very shallow staircase, and there's a big seal inset right into the middle. It doesn't say Arkham Sanitarium. 2008 says Miskatonic University Health Systems Institute for Mental Health and Healing. You walk in to this big, grand 3-story entryway. It's filled with couches and chairs and repeating patterns. People where theoretically families could come to visit their loved ones who are locked up here. Empty. All empty. The air here is very stagnant. There's some ceiling fans running up above, but it's just a pretty yucky place to be. Furniture's nice. It's not a pleasant air. The woman at the desk, Nurse Chloe, of course recognizes Duncan instantaneously, and says Dr. DeSchnelling is waiting for everyone upstairs in his office, as usual, and waves you on up.
Awesome.
You take the elevator ride up. You step off into a deathly quiet hallway. Proceed out from the elevators into the east wing. At the far end of the east wing, shuffle through a set of double doors. What would be a secretary's reception area. There is no secretary. There's an empty desk with a bunch of boxes piled around it. But Cornelius does not need a secretary. Through those double doors, you proceed through another set of double doors, and you come to a wall of glass. On the left end, as you walk in, rather Victorian velvet tufted furniture. Everything in the room is very antique, quite out of style. And on the right, 2 comfortable easy chairs facing a desk. One of the easy chairs with his pack of paperwork is Ian. He greets you.
Ian, this is your big moment. Your first words must be the greatest words you have ever spoken in any role-playing game you have ever played.
Well, you're not probably fully aware of what you were told it was I guess you would be more or less privy. Well, you were told it was a monster. You're aware that there are monsters, but that's not the depth of your understanding at this time. But you were told there was a monster that had to be dealt with, and you understand that these people are probably psychologically a little fricasseed.
It's a situation where I handle the economics, but also I'm privy to more information than necessary. So I try to play I'm just the butler. I just handle the finances.
I just grade the papers.
Handle the finances.
I just grade the papers.
My name is CFK, and all I do is grade papers.
God, I hate it.
Oh my God.
I could die.
It's him.
You know that the K means Kennedy. You know that he grades papers.
Grading papers Does take a lot of time.
Well, this is
All
this.
right.
A lot of time and a lot of effort.
Too much.
Ah, Mr. Kennedy, it is good to see you. Not quite Dr. Kennedy yet, though. Am I right?
My father died in a fiery plane crash. I ask that you respect me as such.
Of course, Mr. Kennedy. I'll keep that in mind. Mr. Kennedy, I'm sure you're aware, but this is Dr. Pips. This is Miss Walker, and of course,
I am well aware of the existence of the shrimp known as Mr. Pips.
no, that's Drake.
Simp, you idiot.
Zach's the
I
simp.
think
Henry's the
regarding
simp.
this.
That's the shrimp and the simp.
I'm from Massachusetts. All we know is shrimp and lobster.
Oh, what?
Lobster. No, put that on the menu for tonight.
A good choice, Dr. Dishnellen.
Now, you all have, again, been ushered into an area that is clearly not the precinct. And Dr. DeSchnelling sits behind his desk, great big Cocobolo mahogany thing, deep red, gorgeous, ancient ink blotter on top of the desk, and a computer that you do not expect a man of his whatever to be able to work. But again, this is the time when he's just had to fight something, so he's expended a few magic points, and he is not capable at this time of prettying himself up. Again, it's not to the point where you take sanity loss. In fact, I would like to award back any sanity lost for the fact that you saw the terror deftly and swiftly dealt with.
Gentlemen and lady, I'm afraid I've lied to you. This isn't the precinct. It is in fact a mental
I know,
hospital.
I work
Tell
here.
that, thank you. Zach.
I'm afraid I've lied.
This is my office.
I'm afraid I've lied to all of you. This is Dr. Cornelius
Surprise.
DeSchnelling, esteemed. He works here. We're colleagues of a sense. And I think he has something he'd like to say. Isn't that right, Dr. Cornelius?
What do I have to say? I have one word. Well? Anybody have any questions?
I'm good. I don't know about you, but
Then what are we here for?
I've brought you here.
Obviously,
Okay,
we're
yes,
going to have a
hit
lot
and
more
run.
questions.
Sure.
Shut up! It's not a hit and run. You know this. Do I know Zach's character? Or, like, would I have seen him on campus, or like, do I know who he is? We're both
Yeah,
grad students,
Yeah,
probably,
you regret-
or doctoral students, or something.
It's not a huge. It's not a huge
Yeah.
community.
You were close enough that you definitely saw what actually happened, and it wasn't a hit and run. Stop kissing your
I know, I'm
professor's
just
ass
going-
and admit the truth.
I'm just going with that. I'm just going with their story until we know the details, but I would like to know the details.
Details are
He
simple.
gets.
You're standing again face to face with this massive, glistening, wet, ashen gray flesh, in just
Wet.
festering beneath a pile of finely tailored silks and a big hat.
Ah, Dr. Cornelius.
Okay, so
Yes,
like,
candidate.
You're
You're
looking
going to
at
be
the
my
obvious
eyes
like
and ears on this little errand I have you people to run. Because it's clearly apparent by the fact that you actually saw what was happening. That you have some capacity of understanding.
I only
Very
try to do
simple.
my best, sir.
Cornelius thunks down the book on his desk that was being carried by the man running.
Oh.
This is what happens when people are stupid. When people begin to mess with things that they don't have a full understanding. They make a mess. A mess that I have to clean up. And I'm fucking sick and tired of it. Every freaking time. I have to clean this up. Dr. Muhlenbeck, the Colonel here.
Oh, he's here.
He points to a man in the window smoking a pipe, not saying much. He looks like his skin tone is like a drugstore Indian, but he's dressed for fox hunting. Red blazer, breeches, tall riding boots. He doesn't say anything. He simply stands in the window. Window dressing, decoration. What you saw...
Again.
What's that?
What you saw
What do you mean
was...
that you've done this? Oh, sorry.
What you saw was the summoning of a being that should not be summoned to this plane.
Now, and I'd like to just interject here, if I would, Dr. Deschnelling. These things legally do not exist. I just want you to keep that in mind as he continues his story. All right, now, Mr. Deschnelling, Dr. Deschnelling, you may continue.
How many years you don't know how to... How many years you still mistake Mr. instead of Doc?
I've never seen your master's papers. Excuse me, Mr. Kennedy, have you
His
seen
PhD
Dr.
and his medical degree are hanging.
Yeah, from the
clear as
20s.
day.
Mr. Kennedy.
They don't have it.
Mr. Kennedy, what Dr. Deschnelling has neglected to mention is we did in fact see a monster, as we had told you before, and as I'm sure Dr. Deschnelling is very proud of, they have vanquished it. Maybe next time you can come along, but you're still just a little bit too young. Anyways, Dr. Deschnelling, please continue. I hate to keep interrupting you, sir.
It's a very simple task I have laid out. And it begins with an unfortunate occurrence. At that moment, there's a knock on the door, and the lovely nurse from downstairs walks in.
Ew.
And she brings in a couple of pieces of paper. And I am going to distribute those to the group right now in the text channel.
We are waiting. Okay.
We are waiting for the text.
Patient names? Whoa. Okay, there are two patient... there's a patient admissions form and a patient transfer form.
Yes.
I can't zoom in on it, so it's hard to see some of the text.
The man in
It's
question...
because of your beautiful cursive script.
It's supposed to be gibberish. He will explain.
Okay. Okay.
Chloe, before you leave, please give this to Dr. Wu. He hands off the paper to Chloe. She leaves the room to go find another doctor. What you have there is
Excuse
in...
me, what? Wait.
Did he hand off the portfolio, the notebook thing?
No, he handed
give
over
to her?
something. He handed over a personal piece of different...
Okay,
just
never mind.
piece of paper. Letterhead.
Okay.
Nothing particularly interesting.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Now they are on the Twitch stream as well. And it's going to cover up, let's see, who do I dislike the most? Let's see.
Me.
Me.
Perfect. I think that's perfect.
I worked so hard, and nobody can read.
There we are.
Yeah, because your script is too
So
pretty.
hard.
And it's small.
I work
It's
so
too pretty
hard.
and
People just
small.
complain about listening to a story.
Pretty small script.
I guess I should
Pretty
do. I
curse
should.
of loop-a-loops.
Look at these beautiful chicken.
Don't
Look at
write
this.
so eloquently.
You know, and I
Look at all these chickens.
look at
Oh my
all
God,
these
Duncan.
handouts.
Bitch.
What did I do? Who did I cover up?
You're going to be the first to die.
What? No.
Yeah, you
You're
are.
going to be the first to die.
What? No, Connor, just don't look at the Twitch stream. I didn't cover you up. I covered somebody else. Oh God! All right, I am gonna make them full
You
size.
lie.
They are a little
okay.
blurry, but parts of them are still
Relevant
readable.
music for the time being. But again, I would like to move this along so everyone.
Yes.
get in the car.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go. Do it.
What you have there are the inpatient admission form and an unauthorized transfer of a Dr. Sebastian Gobelman. Dr. Sebastian is a professor of Eastern Asian philosophy, history, archaeologist. The man likes the Orient.
Hey, does Drake's character know this guy?
Yes, you would be familiar with Dr. Gobelman. You know, he's very smart, and he's also very troubled. You know that he suffered another mental breakdown, which is fairly regular for him at this point, just before the term began.
Dr. Pips, Professor Pips. God, I hate it when people have things in front of their names. You knew this professor, didn't you?
Yes. We discussed many of our findings and many of our beliefs together. It was quite interesting learning about his opinion on philosophies and tying that with my opinions on history. He wasn't doing well before this term. He was a little unsettled. Had a bit of a mental break.
Truly,
It happens. The man is schizophrenic and bipolar. What I classify as one is schizoaffective disorder, but that's neither here nor there. His wife, mainly her brother, found that another brief stay at the institution to readjust his medication and get him back under control was no longer sufficient. So they have asked that he be transferred, or rather, one of my doctors approved such a request behind my back to have him transferred to the Van Dyson Institute in the mountains of Virginia.
What does that have to do with anything that's happened here so far?
Does that mean that that he transferred schools to go and he quit?
No, he's still quite institutionalized, to the best of my knowledge. What it has to do, young lady, is that I believe I said at the beginning that you folks have the capacity to keep your head on straight when you may run into something less than human. Kennedy!
He's literally just he's literally eating chips. He's literally eating chips in the corner. Yeah.
It's
What?
happening
How is
in
he your
character
favorite?
too. Kennedy's
He's
eating
eating
chips.
lunch.
How is he his favorite?
Kennedy,
Kennedy,
you know how I feel about Van Dyson.
Of course,
Crackpot.
always and has been.
Empathy, he says. Mind-altering substances. Breakthroughs. Nonsense. Isn't that right, Kennedy?
Mm-hmm.
Go back.
That's why he's his favorite.
Zach,
I like it.
Zach, you're simping too hard.
Yes.
You gotta hit
Passive
that.
simping
You gotta hit
works.
that perfect simp, where you show interest but not enough to be like you're the greatest in the world.
Oh man!
Oh yeah, no, Henry
I get
is simp
to
on
actually
main.
play.
Yeah.
Huzzah!
Alrighty, I believe what Dr. DeSchnelling is trying to say, gentlemen and lady.
Don't put words in my mouth, Stuart. The fact of the matter is that Van Dyson is not above suspicion. In fact, he's quite below it. He's below my suspicion and below my esteem. What my
Below.
intent is,
Lies.
blow. Blow.
Belial, the demon of
sorry.
lies.
Belial, Lord of Lies.
You say Diablo. Okay, Van Dyson.
You ought to go to his institute and rescind this transfer order and bring our esteemed Miskatonic colleague back here.
I
Dr.
believe.
Gobelman has certain knowledges shared by myself, shared by your mentor, Dr. Muhlenbeck, and shared by dozens of others of members of staff who have been here for years.
I believe.
Last thing I need is someone like Van Dyson pumping him.
Is that an innuendo?
I believe.
Whatever you want it to be, sweet.
I believe.
Sweet, whatever.
I believe that God has a plan for all of us, and I believe
That Jesus had his own planet as well.
Kennedy, roll an attack.
All right.
I want you to hit him in the head with your shoe.
Thank you, Zach.
Okay.
It involves my own planet.
I believe that what Dr. DeSchnelling is saying is that you don't really have a choice in this matter. Unfortunately for the three of you and you, Mr. Kennedy, although you didn't know it, you are being co-opted to work for the government, for the United States government. In the assistance of this matter, we have a personal stake.
The one who assassinated my grandpa?
Yeah, exactly. And also, by the way,
I'm
just
supposed to work for you?
it's also the country that your grandfather died for, Mr. Kennedy.
The one who assassinated him?
I just say I love how Duncan's government official is like. Let's make no mistake. This is about the United States. This isn't personal. This isn't vendetta. This is about the United States of America and our fine citizens.
All of you have been co-opted into this endeavor. I understand that may upset some of you. I understand that may frustrate some of you. I understand that some of you are probably very confused. And I understand that many of you...
Mostly Duncan.
and one of you is me. If you have any objections,
Just
I'm sure
get to
that...
the point.
Well,
Get to the point.
there's something in this for all of us. I get what I want. Dr. DeSchnelling gets what he wants. And Miss Walker, I'm sure that you could find what you want as well. Whatever that may be. Because this is a quest, a journey to discover the unknown. Discover something that could potentially have not been seen before.
Gain an understanding, my dear. And Dr. Muhlenbeck, your mentor, may just be able to show you a few in his research that aren't shown to normal members of his lab.
What does his research have anything to do with what we saw?
It all falls under the same umbrella.
There are a million ways to open a gate, my dear.
Have you ever read the works...
The internet, if I may be so frank, is but a series of tubes.
Have you ever read the works of...
Her eyes kind of like flash.
Oh, sorry.
Diane's eyes flash as DeSchnelling makes that last comment. What were you going to say, Duncan?
I tickling in any tube and have it come out any other tube that I want to.
Have you ever read the works, any of you,
I hate it.
of
Stop.
a Mr. Warcraft? A wonderful author from the 1920s.
Warcraft?
Yes, Mr. Warcraft. Wonderful author.
I've seen that book on DeSchnelling's shelf, yes. He didn't Would Snelling have let me read that book?
I mean, the book's been published. I mean, it's not hard to get a copy in a rare bookshop, but that's the first edition. So it's
Okay,
probably
I probably didn't read first edition, but I probably read it.
Yeah.
I guess I just try to like. I don't know if I want to like. I don't know if you guys want to roleplay each of it, but I want to try to just convince everybody to go on this like expedition.
If you're ready to move on, I'm ready to move on.
No, I want to like. I'm asking each of the different players. Like, do you want to roleplay, like that like why you would have trepidation or why you wouldn't want to have trepidation? Because I don't want to force anything.
I'm friends with the.
Well, it feels like. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say I know the professor. Like we were colleagues together, so I'm ready to do what I can to help him. Because if he was not meant to leave this institution, and I know that he has a hard time with mental issues, I want him back here. So that was my thing where I was just gonna go, yeah, I'll help.
Miskatonic mental issues are best dealt with in the Miskatonic Valley, not in the mountains of Virginia. However, I believe everyone has been given an adequate hook. For you, Diane, you've been hinted that Dr. Muhlenbeck may offer treatises into the computer unknown that far exceed anything you've ever expected possible. Ian, you're going because you're told that you're going to go, and you're going to report. You're going to be the one reporting back correctly. The simp is going because he's also being told to go, and Dr. Pips wishes to help a colleague, which is good of him.
Simp does what Daddy Doctor says.
What was
it?
What was that, Ian?
Because he wants to.
I only
please
called him
Daddy.
Dad once.
Why don't you love me?
One time.
What was that, Ian?
I'm just happy to do this for Dr. Dishnell.
I'm happy to have a Kennedy. I'm happy to have a Kennedy on.
It's like a collectible baseball card.
Pretty much. Schnelling has a Kennedy. Do you have any idea what kind of legitimacy that lends him? Let my Kennedy tell you what I think. All right. You folks have been given the unauthorized transfer form, which has the address of the Van Dyke.
Yeah, let me look at this a little closer.
On the road again. Let's get on the road again.
I can't wait to be on the road again.
The life I love is playing football with my friends. I can't wait to get on the road again.
So how are we all going to be sitting? I'm assuming that Zach and Ian aren't going to be sitting next to each other because they're kind of rivals.
Well, so
Are they rivals or are they lovers?
I mean, both could be
Or
true.
rivals to lovers.
Yeah.
Duncan's got a big FBI Suburban, so you can all pile in. There's plenty of room for 6 people in that.
I like the although I did say earlier it was a Suburban, so I can't retcon it, but I did kind of like the idea of like there's me in the driver's seat, there's one passenger seat, and there's 3 seats in the back. And so like Zach and Ian are like, oh, we're not gonna sit next to each other. And then Emily's like, excuse me, I'm definitely not sitting in the back with the rest of you.
Actually, let me rephrase. You're not using a governmentally issued vehicle. You're using one of the Institute for Mental Health's company vehicles, which is used for patient transport. So it's a fully loaded Cadillac ESV Suburban size.
All right, so just so that we're all aware, allow me to look this up. Yeah, it looks like shit. This is probably the ugliest car I've ever seen.
The 2008s were not pretty, that's true.
Man. No, just the entire Cadillac Escalade line forever. In fact, just
That's
Cadillacs
not
in
true.
general.
That's also definitely not true.
I'm
Cadillacs
sorry,
in
but
general now.
am I getting under your skin a little bit, Connor?
You can insult a modern Cadillac all you want.
I mean, I think a Lincoln Town Car is just, it's too pretentious. It says I got a small penis.
Suddenly, both of Duncan's characters have a heart attack.
Move on.
All right.
Duncan dies.
Move on. We're done.
Duncan is
We're
sucked
done.
into another dimension by the Shambler who returns with a vengeance. Okay.
I guess I kind of walked down
Duncan
the.
and Ian are in the Duncan and Ian are in the front seat because they are, well, the FBI agent drives and Ian is the designated lead on this because he's the one who's supposed to be calling to Schnelling should any need arise to, and the other 4 of you can pile into the back of the car as needed.
The 4 of us?
Yeah, of course. Zach,
3 of you.
Drake, Emily, and
The other one.
the Invisible Man.
Jeff Probst.
It's Jeff
on the
Probst,
way-
right?
Excellent. On the way out, anyone roll me a spot hidden just on the way out of the incident.
Fail.
All right, I'll roll. I failed, but the Invisible Man succeeds.
55
So
under 75.
What am I rolling?
spot hidden.
Just spot hidden.
Come on, I gotta do.
I just got a normal success.
That's all you need.
I got a normal success.
Okay. So the 2 of
24 under
you.
25.
Oh, Ian, nice. So you put Ian. You only put. Oh, you didn't put any points in spot hidden. Never mind. He's not a very
you walk
perceptive man.
past you walk past an Asian doctor on your way out. This could most likely be the Dr. Wu that was mentioned before. And you notice the man, visibly distraught, crumple up a piece of paper and throw it to the ground.
I wait until. Does he keep like moving as he
Oh
crumples
yes,
it and throws it?
storms off quite rapidly.
I'm going to kind of take a moment to let him pass and then go over to pick up the piece of paper.
When she returns to the group, I'm gonna like nudge her to kind of like I want to see
me.
that.
Yeah. Okay,
Um,
Dr. Beefcake, I'll show you what you want to see. Sorry. Yeah, I pick up the piece of paper and examine it. Is this a tome? Can you imagine?
Not a tome.
It is the entire transcription of The King in Yellow.
Something I. Why did I make these handouts for you? people?
Okay,
Why did I design a
who
book?
is Wingman
It's
3?
special.
What'd you say? Oh, that's Liam.
Who is Wingman 3?
That's Liam, Ian's little
Okay,
brother.
why the fuck did he call me a simp? You bitch.
I don't know.
Liam, you lie.
I'm the only one allowed to be a simp here.
You noodle. Yeah, I'm not a simp. I'm not a simp. Oh, wow. Okay. I am going to read it to the rest of the group. If I could zoom in on it, which I can't. to
What?
read it
You gotta just
closely.
you just gotta download it first.
Can't you
on.
like?
Okay, I got
mean,
it.
this is
Dr.
my-
Wu. I've got it. It's fine. Dr. Wu. You wriggly little worm. Parasite. So you've made your decision then? I
Yes.
warned you about being too headstrong, spitting the bit, undermining my authority. Everybody thinks they're so much wiser and better equipped than the old Deschnelling. But I warned you, told you what happened to Dr. What is that name? Dazzle of Bernanian. I can't do it. Could happen to anyone who challenged. Oh, what happened to him could happen to anyone who challenged the pecking order. Challenge that I don't still know my field, and what goes on under the billion-dollar roof of the institute I have built and rebuilt for decades. Like every one of the new croc.
Crop.
I don't know.
Crop.
Crop. I don't know.
I mean crop, whatever.
The P. Okay, sorry. You are just artfully programmed, or you are just. I'm sorry. Culturally, there's no R, you bitch. You are just culturally programmed that you own top of your class state. Means that some old man. I'm sorry. Stats means that some old man has nothing left to say or do. You're done. Pack your things and be gone before the week's end. With malice and intent, Dr. Cornelius V. Deschnelling, MD. Damn. What did he say Dr. Wu did in the meeting?
you will see on the inpatient transfer form that there is no signature or initial of CDV on it anywhere. All there is
Oh.
the name of the referring patient,
Ah.
Dr. Chang Wu, MD.
Dear.
So that's
Okay,
why
so
you
there's
called
no
it an
way.
illegal transfer. Ah.
Yeah.
See, even I wasn't privy to this information.
If we had more time to read and
God
whatever,
damn!
then
Ah!
I just wanted to try and make it special. I guess it was just too complicated, and I'm sorry I did it.
No, it was good. I liked it. Stop! It wasn't too complicated. Also, it's totally in character, or like, it fits the bill for a psychologist or psychiatrist or doctor of any sort to have scrawl as their handwriting. This is not like. This is just good. It's good. It fits.
Okay. Well, as we proceed along, again, the address, which is provided, Dr. Petrov, or name of physician and hospital receiving patient, Dr. Petrov, Van Dyson Center, 1 Belmont Mountain Road, St. Louis, Virginia, 22664.
How far away is? How long of a drive is this?
Massachusetts to Virginia.
I honestly,
Salem
I wouldn't know.
I mean, it's supposed. This scenario is supposed to take place in California, but I moved it.
Well, right, because California is the worst place for Cthulhu mythos.
California would be the weirdest place for Cthulhu mythos, actually.
No, I think that'd be Florida
Argue.
because no one would have to roll sanity. They're just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's Florida.
Florida man does it again.
Same with
In
Florida.
Florida, there actually is
Florida man summons Elder God.
Okay, Connor's trying to tell a story. We're going to Virginia. It takes time. We're there. What happens now?
Yeah, Salem, Mass to the mountains of Virginia, the border of Virginia and West Virginia, is only about 8.5 hours. So it's a day trip. I'll give anyone the opportunity. Let's say you leave the next morning, and I'll give anyone the opportunity to make any final alterations or load out any weapons, clothing, or anything else that they'd like to. Any other tools, computers, things like that.
Well, I mean,
I would like to prep my 6-passenger biplane.
All right.
So you're going to charter the family citation, huh?
As my father is a famous pilot, he made sure that I knew how to drive a plane, and
Right.
I have a 50 my pilot skill.
I would
Very well. Then I will ask you roll pilot aircraft twice, as it is only I will take it in 4-hour blocks. Well, by plane, that's probably enough. I'm gonna do
All
it by
I'm
the
saying is so that I can fly us there, because
if you can hard or crit the first, or if you can hard or extreme the first roll, you don't have to make the second. Otherwise, it has to be 2 normal successes.
Ian, I really hope your drive plane is very high.
it's pretty decent.
Decent and high are not the same.
I don't want my plane pilot to say he's decent at his job.
I don't want my surgeon to say he's
Okay.
decent.
It's about a 50-50.
I rolled a 57
Uh,
over 50.
God, you
Oh, no.
suck. He crashes into a mountain.
Do the rest of you know how to fly a plane? Go fuck yourself.
Another.
It's not a bad enough failure for a crash, but
My father died in a plane crash
You
the year
poorly
I
managed-
graduated.
you poorly managed some turbulence, and everyone who is already emotionally shaken up gets shaken up.
Can
a
I
little
roll a
further.
secondary?
I asked you to roll twice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I only rolled once, which was a 60, which is a 57.
57. Okay, roll again.
Oh, okay. One.
Oh no, Ian, no.
Well, I guess this is it for the night, guys.
45. Under 50.
Okay,
God.
so you successfully make it from one place to the other, but again,
I mean,
there's some
it's-
turbulent. there's some turbulence in the middle, and you haven't endeared yourself to any of your traveling companions on that performance.
Could we have just driven there and made it without the hassle? Yes. Would it have been as awesome? Definitely not. We parachute out of the biplane.
Not dying is pretty cool.
We parachute out of the biplane. No, all right. Okay.
My character has so limited skills. Just want to fly a plane once.
Why are his skills so limited?
Fly a plane one time.
Well,
What?
actually,
What's he going to be good for, Ian? What is he going to contribute?
No,
I'd
he
like to
has
play
a
to his
lot
strength.
of contributing factors, but like they're specific.
You know what?
JFK Jr. literally died crashing his plane over the Atlantic to go to the wedding of his cousin.
Wow, what a...
So as the self-inserted son of JFK Jr. who had no children, I figured, oh, my father probably
You're going to do
wanted
the
me
thing
be
that
a
killed your
pilot, just
father?
like him.
Actually,
That's
you know what?
weird.
Say I
Hey, Connor,
like
I think-
flying. I have a huge complex about flying.
Hey,
But my father insisted that I become a pilot.
hey, Connor.
Yes.
So where are we flying into? So now that we're flying instead of driving, it's still not like we're still not like on a stealth mission, right? We're just kind of...
Right, and the place that you're going doesn't have, an airport that services it necessarily. You're going to fly into a town called Luray, Virginia, Luray. Luray Caverns Airport, which is part of the Caverns Country Club Resort.
Okay.
It's along the South Fork of the beautiful Shenandoah River.
I think before we do anything else, though, I do kind of want to have some, I do want to kind of talk to people a little bit about what we...
Get on a plane.
No, because I assume I think what happened is we got in the car at the sanitarium, right, the mental hospital. I drove everybody back to their homes where they could think things over, talk about that, and then when I came to pick them up the next day, I was informed by Mr. Kennedy that we could take a plane, right? So I kind of want to... And I kind of want to just question what we're going to do when we get there. Because we're going there to talk to this Van Dyson guy because we want to get this professor back. So what are we going to do when we get there? I'm going to be upfront. You know what I say? I'll just say this right here. I say after we land, I turn to the rest of the group and I say, as I'm sure you've noticed by now, I am not the greatest speaker in the world. And unfortunately, the United States government has decided that as I'm sure you're aware, considering we've co-opted the four of you, in fact, we don't have a lot of power here. Does anyone have any suggestions on how we might spirit this professor away from this Van Dyson's property?
All we gotta do, give him a disguise.
Does he want to leave? Do we know if he's just going to come with us?
That's what I was wondering is,
My God, I knew this would... Oh, I love it, I love it, I love it. This is not a difficult scenario. I mean, it's short. I mean, it's and there's not really a whole lot that goes on. It's mostly investigation. And you're talking about, rather than making an appointment to talk to Van Dyson, you're just going to, find out what his condition is or things you're just going to kidnap him. And I love it. I really do. I love it. I can make it work either way. Really, I can.
as a friend, I could set up an appointment to visit the professor. Just that way, we'll be able to get in. We'll be able to understand his
state.
His state and whether or not he enjoys being there. Hey,
Okay.
I'm a history professor, not an English professor.
Actually, you know what? That
Three of us are students, so we can be with him. That's all that could make sense. I'm just not sure what the profession motioning to Rod Stewart what your role would be.
I mean, we're not just students. We work for the university. We may be TAs, but we're still employed through the university.
I think I think making an appointment.
Research?
I think making an appointment to speak with him is a brilliant idea. In fact, I don't think there was any other ideas on the table. Ever. I don't know where that suggestion came out of. I don't think the term spirit necessarily means kidnapping, but I mean, I guess it does. I guess if I were to look it up in a thesaurus, it would mean kidnap.
Spiritual way.
Or wine.
Mr. Kennedy, and Zach, I need to know your character's last name because I'm calling everybody by their last name except for you.
His name is Basil.
Basil.
Basil. Mr. Kennedy, Mr.
My last
Basil.
name is Kennedy.
So, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Basil, the two of you are trained to be psychologists, psychiatrists, right?
More or less.
Correct.
So do you think you'd be able to accurately tell this man's mental state if we met with him?
If we met a person, I'm 100% fully sure that we could assess his situation.
What's your sitch? What's your sitch, bro?
The two of us can work together on this.
I will never work the simpleton.
Yes.
But I agree that we both have the proper training under Dr. Cornelius.
You work with technology and the computers, correct?
Yes, I do.
And I'm just asking this as a worst case scenario. Do you know if you'd be able to hack into their computer system and create a transfer through the computers on how to transfer him out?
Can I ask a player to roll something, Connor?
What? So is...
I want the professor to roll psychology, or essentially the equivalent of sense motive in Call of Cthulhu when he says the word hack.
Psychology is used to see through fast talk, persuade, and intimidate. For fast talk, persuade, and what's the other one?
Fast talk, persuade, and I think the last one's fast talk.
Oh, shut up! It's fast talk, persuade.
You know what?
power.
It doesn't matter. In any case,
sense
as soon
motive
as
is
you
psychology.
mention that, you ask if it's yes.
Okay, so you can do that.
You notice this weird look in her eyes, like.
My God, are your eyes
It's almost
red?
like she's wondering. Like, you can see this flash as though you said something intentionally in a certain way, and she kind of relaxes a little bit, and this veneer of calm that hasn't really been there kind of shifts over her face, and she's like, worst comes to worst, I could make something work.
Oh, awesome. I like to have backup plans in case things go wrong.
How many situations have you been in where things could go wrong like this?
Nothing like this, but I have been to some archaeologist digs where you have to think fast and act quickly to not destroy some ancient boned bodies that have the earliest record.
We don't need to get into the semantics of archaeology.
I was gonna say, I'm sorry I asked. I'm so sorry I asked.
Sorry, I looked up what some of the biggest archaeologist finds of 2008 were. So
I did the same thing for some other stuff, so
all right.
I feel that.
He's a lecturer. That's what he does. Is there if we're going that route?
we're first
government
gonna meet
agent
him in
guy.
person.
You seem more right. I mean, if we get to that point, do we need any sort of distraction? That seems like a thing that's done in movies.
Well,
And I know this is a Plan B kind of thing.
I have based my entire career off of the X-Files, so.
Oh my god, stop. We might.
Tap.
There might be a possibility that we could go into the system and rewrite the records to make it look like he was discharged. Or that there's a revoke of the discharge and he's directed back to Miskatonic based on whatever we put in the system. Theoretically, I don't know. We might be able to do that.
We also might just walk up there and say, "Excuse me, can we discharge this guy?" and then leave. Who knows?
Why don't, you know what? This is stupid. Let's talk to him first and see if he even wants to leave.
That's
Okay?
Yeah.
Let's just talk to him and then maybe make stupid, crazy decisions.
Of
Involving
course, and if he doesn't,
hacking
we
into
just
the mainframe
murder
of a
him.
psychology institution. Go, just go, go.
So we run there. We grab the bicycles out of the back of the biplane. We call an Uber. We call a taxi. I don't know. We call something. We get a car. We are going to, Connor, can you help us acquire a car? Oh, we're at an airport.
Can we have one?
I keep thinking that we landed in the mountains, but we landed in an airport because we're not fucking crazy. All right.
Yeah, you landed at a small regional airport that's in the mountains, but again, it's part of a country club. It's a tourist spot. There's an Enterprise. It's 2008. There's an Enterprise rent-a-car. Get a Suburban. Get an
It's
Expedition.
2008. Get a Suburban.
It's 2008. Get an SUV. Get a rental car.
All right.
Charge it to the
Bada bing,
university.
bada boom.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna get. Yeah. We're just gonna get a car, and we're gonna drive to the Van Dyson Center. How far away do you think it would be from us?
Oh, it's 90 minutes.
Oh, that's not too bad.
I mean, it's not a long distance, but you're winding through the mountains, so it takes you're only doing 40, 35 the whole way.
Sounds good. Let's drive there, listening to some of the classic 2008 hits like "I Kissed a Girl" by Katy Perry and "Touch My Body" by Mariah Carey.
And I like that.
Chased of her
cherry chapstick.
Also, "Viva La
Yeah.
Vida" by Coldplay.
Diane's in the front and she's just like, "Meet me on the floor, wrestle me around, give me some love." She's like pretending not to sing along, but touch my body. I just wanna make you feel like you never did. As they drive, it's like 90
You're a
minutes
womanizer,
of
baby.
quiet
Numa,
singing.
Numa.
No! Shut up! Curse!
Which one?
Curse! Connor?
Sing.
No.
Connor, do the head thing.
I watched the video.
Now in the morning I sleep.
All right. I turned to the group in the back. Who's going to take the lead on our appointment? Who's going to take the lead on this?
Probably should
Yeah,
be
the
the
professor.
man who has the active effect of
The appointment.
being under the full and complete authority of Dr. Cornelius de Schnelling by
It should-
proxy.
I was gonna say it should either be
So
should
wait.
either be Kennedy or it
Should
should be
probably-
myself.
Should probably
Yeah, the
be the man who
professor
can
is.
have the voice of a Kennedy on the phone.
Oh my god.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, this is.
I hate it!
I'm a Kennedy.
You are the worst!
Calling
You
on behalf
make
of
this
Dr.
annoying
Cornelius
sound
de
with your
Schnelling.
face!
I am
Miskatonic University Institute of Mental
calling
Health.
on the behalf of Dr. Cornelius's Institute of Miskatonic Mental Health.
I'm sorry, sir. Are you having
Don't
some
like where this is going.
You
Sir,
don't know what my
are you
skills are.
Winks at her.
Oh,
But it's
are
with
they
both
of any
eyes.
particular set?
I will find you.
Blink. This big blinks at her. Over the phone, no less. So to
Yes.
be serious, are you going to call the Van Dyson Center or what?
I didn't hear that. What did you say, Connor? What?
Are you
So
calling or what are you doing?
Are you calling to make an appointment or what are you?
I don't know.
Yes.
What are you doing?
What do
Okay,
you
you're
want?
calling.
Should I use charm, fast talk, or persuade?
I haven't asked you to roll any of those things.
I think
But
Ian.
I want to know, like,
Fast talk, or
bitch.
fast. All right. Ring, 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 ring.
Banana
Banana
phone.
Banana phone.
Again,
That was so absurd.
you're too good of friends. Ian, you've been wanting to participate for hours and you're not participating in a phone call.
Ian, this is your moment. The most exciting Call of Cthulhu event ever.
all right.
All right.
It's the phone call of Cthulhu.
Is not meant to be a massive fight because you
Okay,
will
all
die.
right.
An investigation, so you
What
have
am I
to
trying
roll
to
for
accomplish
car.
here?
All right.
What
do
are
we
you
want?
trying to
Connor, he's telling us. Connor, he's telling us. Ian,
Okay.
go ahead.
But like, as a party, what am I trying to accomplish here? Like, what do you want me to
Calling.
do?
We want to get an appointment. We want to speak to this man.
We want to get a visitation appointment to be able to speak with Professor.
I literally, it's like bubble something.
It's
Bubble sign?
It's Gobelman.
All right. I was close.
Bubbleman.
All right. I'm gonna
Bubbleman.
make a persuade check.
Sebastian Bubbleman. He's a singing lobster. Sebastian, you know
Oh
him.
my god. I'm down to see.
Everything is shrimp and crab.
Oh shit, that's right. I should maybe change up everybody's titles.
Oh my.
It's better when it's wetter under the sea. I hate it.
If you catch
hear you.
my meaning.
All right, so Ian, you're rolling.
If you catch my meaning.
So Ian, you're rolling a preemptive persuade check, like just to kind of, like,
Yes.
be like before you even start the phone, just being like, all right, getting into the mindset.
All right.
I'm a professional.
Okay. I'm calling. The phone is ringing. I rolled a 5 persuade under 40,
Okay, then what I will
which is a critical.
tell you is that persuasion is not necessarily needed. What I will tell you is to be economical with the truth and let Brenda talk.
All right.
Okay?
On the phone.
Van Dyson Institute, this is Brenda. How can I help you today?
Hello. This is Clark Fitzgerald Kennedy.
Well, it's good to meet you, Mr. Kennedy. What can I do for you today?
I look to the FBI agent. What can I do for Dr. Kennedy?
It's not what I can. Ask
to
not
be
what
fair,
you can do
to
for
be
Dr.
fair.
Kennedy.
That's
Ask
not
what
you
Dr.
can do.
Kennedy can do for you.
And I want to make this point that Clark F. Kennedy wears like a nice like tailored dress shirt with a green silk tie, but he always wears a lab coat, even though it's completely
Oh
ostentatious.
God.
That critical persuade roll was to persuade himself not to make that joke on the phone.
Yeah, his persuade
God.
check is not for the girl.
It's
It's
for
for
himself.
Ask
What
not
am
what
I
your
asking?
persuade check can do for your group.
All right.
That's
But
what
ask
your
what your
group can
persuade
do
check
for their
can do for
persuade
you.
check.
All right, Ian.
Okay. Come on, Ian.
What do you say?
Progress the story.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Don't
whoa.
say.
Whoa, whoa,
I
whoa.
literally just asked the FBI agent, "What am I asking?"
We're looking for a professor. It's like a fucking telephone. I turn to
The
Professor
basic
Pips.
of it. I'm calling about a patient you have there.
What was his name? Professor Pips?
Professor Goldman.
Professor Goldman. He was
Goldman.
just transferred here.
Not
Goldman.
Goldman.
Gobelman.
I said Goldman.
Gobelman, you absolute dinguses. Diane is just
All
like,
I'm asking is if you can get me in charge, get me into cahoots with a Professor Goldman.
I should
sweetheart.
clarify. It's been about a week, 10 days since Gobelman's wife and her brother-in-law drove him up to this other psychiatrist.
I'm just looking for a Goldman, my little sweetheart.
The fuck?
Just say you're looking. You're
I'm
just say
the
you're
fine
inquiring about
persuasion
patients.
under 40.
He is
and
very
I
charming.
Told you, the persuasion would do itself if you just let Brenda talk and you give her the bare minimum of information.
And that's what I did. I'm looking
you
for
ha-
this man. End of conversation.
Oh, so you're looking for patients.
I would like to talk to Gobelman.
Oh my god, guys. We're falling apart at the seams!
We've never been together, Duncan. We've always been apart.
Thanks, Liam.
Okay, well, I tell you what, Brenda will continue the conversation as if you phrased it correctly. Oh, so you're calling to inquire about a patient. Okay, are you calling from,
Of course I am.
are you family, or are you calling from another institution?
I'm calling from another institution.
Super.
Miskatonic Arkham Asylum.
Asylum?
On behalf
Boy,
of
a lot of
Dr.
people do.
Cornelius Desnellen.
Boy, a lot of places don't use the word asylum anymore. I'm happy to help in any way I can. What's the patient's name?
Dr. Sebastian Gobelman.
The patient is Dr. Sebastian Goldman.
He's
Sebastian?
taking all the information fed to him and spouting it out.
He's just a
He
puppet.
turns and looks. He turns and looks every time that there's a question. His name is Dr. Gobelman.
He's like the real JFK with Gerald Ford. Okay.
Oh,
He's
of
just
course.
a puppet. I
I'm
only
just a
say what
puppet.
I'm told to say.
I have no underlying agenda.
I'm
Poor
reading
Henry's
off
like,
of a
why is he the favorite?
teleprompter.
Why is he the favorite?
All right. it's becoming more and
Henry's
more.
so cute. I love him.
Oh, Gobelman, sure, I've got him pulled up right here. Are you calling to arrange his? Are you calling to arrange his transport?
You do not know, but Connor knows.
Are
Yes.
you calling to arrange his
Yes.
discharge transport?
Of course I
Oh
am.
God.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. As you probably were made aware, I know we made his wife aware of it. His discharge is scheduled for today. What time would you be swinging by to pick him up?
We'll be swinging by around 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Sounds wonderful. And you said you were on the orders of his originating physician, his primary care?
Plus, Dr. Cornelius
Dr. Cornelius.
Deschnelling.
Deschnelling.
Well, I see Arkham here, but that's not...
Oh, it's Dr. Wu. It's Dr. Wu. It's Dr. Wu. That, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy. It's Dr. Wu. Say it's Dr. Wu. I figured out the
There are a
puzzle.
lot of people who work under the prestigious Dr. Cornelius Deschnelling.
It would
He is
behoove
the
you
one
to
who-
say it would behoove you to just say Dr. Wu is no longer with Arkham's institution.
There are a
He
lot
was
of people
fired.
Because that's true.
who have worked under Dr.
fired.
Cornelius. He's the one who runs the Arkham Asylum. Dr. Wu, amongst many other physicians, have worked under him.
Have worked. Oh, is Dr. Wu no longer with you?
Dr. Wu is still here, but you know his pension is
No,
still
he's
pending.
No, he got fired. He got fired.
He got fired.
I think Ian
You
was
were
in.
red-
Pension is still tending.
I'm really-
Damn it, I'm fucking hate you
Well,
guys.
I am sorry to hear that. I hope he moved on to greener pastures. Well, certainly. Well, we'll have him down here and ready at 3 o'clock for you to pick him up.
All right. Thank God we had. Thank God we had
Have
this.
a wonderful American day.
Thank God we had
Oh
this
my
prima
God,
guy.
he's a Russian plant.
I'm so glad we had this prima guides walkthrough.
Kennedy.
I'm reading through.
Yeah, I sent
mission form.
I sent the two
Duncan
pages
sent it via.
the Facebook group.
Via Messenger.
Because the ones that you sent,
It's much
Connor,
easier to read.
I don't know why, but they the resolution got down in Discord. So these are the ones that you sent me earlier this week, which for some reason are
It's much bigger.
perfectly legible. And honest to God, I think that the fact that the Discord made these a lot more pixelated really impacted that part of the story. Because I think that the fact that we couldn't look at we really couldn't read these, and that's not on you. That's just on Discord for being shitty.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I can actually read
No,
these.
it's not.
Like I said,
You're
it's totally on Discord's fault. It's just stupid.
good. No clonazepam, all side effects. God, I can't read any of this. Cornelius, email me. Dr. Wu. Schizoaffective disorder.
Who is no
18
longer
to
with
30
us.
months. Shut up! You said he was, you bitch! And he's not.
Ian, your brother's coming down
anyway.
hard. Mr. Pokeball, your brother.
Mr. Pokeball, we love you. Sebastian's personal effects were sent home with Henrietta at admission. She admits daily when while he's inpatient, Dr. Deschnelling says it helps him.
But that phone call was probably the hardest part of this entire adventure. I'm sure. Thank God we had the Brady Games official guide to help us get through that without any mistakes.
This sounds like you're doing some kind of support thing,
What?
or what's its
Yeah, he just wants free stuff. Everybody wants
blah,
free
blah.
stuff.
No. You're
I want-
marketing a product that we've been supported by. That's what it sounds like.
What? Oh no.
What is
no.
the term?
Oh, sorry. I
It
thought.
sounds like we're
No,
sponsored
sorry.
by a program.
Sorry. That was. I thought
Not
that.
at all like
sorry.
we're sponsored by
Sponsored.
Dr. Pepper, right, Duncan?
Dr. Pepper. No, sorry. I guess that I didn't. I thought I thought everybody knew what those were. Never mind.
I was just trying to throw around big names in the hope that I could get some sway
Well,
into
Ian,
something.
I don't want to criticize the way you did this, but I think if you'd said I'm the
Duncan.
grandson of JFK, that would have definitely got us in. My grandfather was the president of the United States.
I thought I had said that.
Oh, maybe.
but
I don't know.
maybe-
All right, let's get in there.
You just said your last name was JFK, but that could be anybody.
I said I'm not JFK. I said I was Clark Fitzgerald Kennedy.
No, his last
I
name
just
is
said JFK.
his
didn't
last
I?
name is
JFK.
JFK. Clark Fitzgerald
His last name?
JFK.
John F.
I'm
Kennedy.
sorry. I'm sorry,
Clark
guys.
Fitzgerald, John
I'm
Fitzgerald
losing it.
Kennedy.
Kennedy
this-
Jr.
This has been so long because I've joked a lot because we haven't spent a lot of time together, and also quarantine's been long, and it's late now. It feels late. We need to
It's
keep
only
going.
9
I'm so
o'clock
sorry,
your
Connor.
time. We've got another.
I know, and I feel
got
tired, and I
3
don't know
hours
why.
to continue
No.
through
She
this.
was just
Connor.
she wasn't saying it's too late to play. She was
I'm-
just saying
Oh.
she's sorry that it's taken us so
Feels
long to
late.
get here.
It's a cocktail for
And I want to
silliness.
keep moving for Connor's sake because he's put prep into this. And we need to keep going, and I'm gonna try to pull myself together to do that.
Does
I'm
anyone
ready
No
to
promises.
stay until
That will be
caffeine?
my best.
Ian, do you need to get yourself a Mountain Dew?
Yeah. Hey,
honestly-
Drake, do you need anything?
He's got Mountain Dew, thank God. Ian has a tendency to fall asleep on his keyboard. He can actually
Excuse me.
And that's happened. Ian, it has happened twice. It has happened twice.
Yes. I will not lie, but not this
I
night.
cannot tell a lie.
Not this
I
time.
cannot tell a lie. I am a
That's what they told me.
God,
Honest JFK.
Wait, are you absorbing George Washington? Like you can't tell a lie. Are you absorbing George Washington and other presidents?
That's
into
Abe
your-
Lincoln, bitch.
into your
I
ego?
chopped down a cherry
Oh,
tree.
no, that's Washington.
I
Cannot
That's
tell a
Abe.
lie.
Consume likeness.
Oh, I was thinking of
I
Honest
hate
Abe.
George Washington.
All right, here's
I assimilated him
As
into my
the
corpse.
grandson
Okay,
of John
okay,
No, whoa,
F.
wait.
Kennedy,
Well,
I will
Let's go back.
absorb all of the president's
Okay.
powers.
no. Okay,
So,
guys,
This
let's
is
just
going a little too well, huh?
let's there's one thing, okay? So on one hand, Emily, I totally agree with you. I do want to keep doing Connor's adventure. I want to get through it because I want to experience the adventure because I am actually interested and invested. but at the same time, I don't want us to just give up on joking around, because that's why we have fun doing these. So I don't want to blaze through Connor's adventure like, all right, we go to the thing, we do the thing, we do the thing, we do the thing. I want to get that investigation in. So I just don't want us to rush too fast. Not saying that anybody wants to rush too fast. I just want to make sure that we take our time, but recognize that we don't. What are you even? Ian, shut up! What are you even saying?
I have a polo mallet as a weapon. I spent a whole hour today learning how polo
I thought you were
works.
saying, I have a weapon that can use time as a weapon. That's what I heard the first time.
You know.
No, but like literally, I spent like 45 minutes learning how like the game of polo works.
That's just.
Oh God.
That's on you. Why would you do that?
Thanks, Clark.
Because my
Thanks for
character is
telling
a
us.
3 times regional polo champion.
Oh my
I have to
God.
know how the game actually works.
Oh my God. You are. Well.
What,
All right.
a
No.
method actor who's
No. I'm.
devoted to his craft?
Ian, I am changing your. I am changing your fucking title. Mr. Pokemon. Mr. Pokeball is now no more. We now have the dumbest. Fucking. The dumbest guy. There we go. That's good. There we go. Perfect. All right, and then I'm changing Connor's title from this guy can't do basic math, because that was a while ago now, to the long-suffering Mr. Naden. This is like our break period before we really get back into it. Zach is still a shrimp. That's fair. You can keep that.
Always have been.
Drake is not that hot.
Always will be.
Where's?
While you set this up, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
So no, that's perfect. This is like a little break. Grab some snacks.
Oh wait, Duncan, my label, it was a simp, but then HR got involved.
Oh my
Get
God. I hate you.
There we go.
Zach, that was so good. Zach, that was so good. I hate
There you
it.
go. That's my one good joke of the night.
How good it was.
I'm out.
All I can say
God damn it.
is that I cannot take full responsibility for the amount that you find all the jokes funny.
You can take full responsibility for spending an unreasonable amount of time studying polo.
For no reason.
Hey Ian.
Do you know how the game of polo works?
They ride around on horses with sticks that look like croquet mallets.
Yeah,
and
and they
hit
do
into, like,
what?
a goal.
And they do what?
Hold on.
They
Ian,
polo, and then I say Marco, and
So you saying that you learned how to weaponize polo? Does that mean that you have to be on a horse to use it as a weapon because you have to have a horse?
No. No, polo is a sport performed on horseback. My character has the ride horse skill ability.
When did you ever
but
think
also-
this was gonna come up? You're
I
sitting here.
didn't, but I made a character.
Oh well, I mean, I can't fault you for coming up with a character, and then
Was I sitting here going like, oh man, what are the skills that are going to be useful for Duncan's or for Connor's campaign? No, but I have ride horse as a 45 mount skill.
I mean, I can't. I
why did we
can't.
take planes? We should have just gone on horseback.
I can't get mad at Ian though, because I do have an 85 in arts and craft miniatures, because he makes D&Ds. Yeah, so.
What?
No, I'm just kidding.
But no, but
You just
legitimately,
caused me a sanity check.
I have a 45 ride horse skill and also a 45 brawl with my major weapon as a mallet.
I think the polo mallet's a good idea. I think that's actually a pretty solid weapon to carry in this day and age, because like it's kind of like if you were to carry, it's less threatening than a bat.
It
All
is
right.
a weird but also uniquely complicated sport.
I'm glad that you know the finer arts of polo now. Congrats.
So-
All right,
We're
so
in the
before
car.
It's really not that complicated to learn. Like imagine soccer,
Stop!
But you have-
I get it.
but you have
You
a
said
team of
45
4 people, and they have to
I will
hit
spend no
a
more minutes.
golf ball with a croquet mallet down a 300-foot pitch in the hopes that someone doesn't intercept them.
Thanks, Emily.
Imagine this is as he's piloting the plane, he's like mansplaining the rules of polo to
Hey,
Diane.
I have a 50 pilot plane skill. Thank you very much.
All right. So before we get back started again, all right, everybody take a moment to collect yourselves. Think about how stupid we all are, thinking this would all go smoothly.
My father,
You
JFK
thought it was
Jr.,
gonna go
died
smooth.
in 1999 due to a suspicious plane accident over the Atlantic.
Suspicious.
So we have all been renamed. Connor is
Nothing
now
bad ever happened to the Kennedys.
Connor has been renamed to the long-suffering Mr. Nathan. Zach has been renamed to Bubba Gump Shrimp because, you know, you just got to get that product placement in there, and I don't know. Drake has been
Product
renamed.
placement? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, delicious Halloween cereal. And Drake has been
Frankenberry.
Drake has been renamed. Drake has been renamed to Believes in Science, the Nerd. Emily has been renamed to the Voice of Reason. Ian has been renamed to the Dumbest Guy. And Duncan has been renamed to the Best Role Player of the bunch so far. And let's keep going. Let's keep going, guys.
You know, I'm a top graduate of high school and Miskatonic University.
Wow, I think this is probably the first time I've ever played a role-playing game, and somebody was playing as a character I would play. And, wow, that's a different experience.
I hate them so much.
I'm just kidding. All right. So we're in the car, guys. We're on our way to what's the name of the institution, Connor?
This is the Van Dyson, like the Vacuum Cleaner Institute, led by a Mr. Petrov Van Dyson.
I vote for Ian having the title of best role player. This is the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Well, hey, we got a glowing review from Liam in the other room. So I mean,
the scum role play I've ever seen in my entire life. What the hell is going on?
Great. It's not even scary. It's not even scary for Halloween.
Well, I mean, the chat has spoken, I guess.
Don't worry, Connor. I'm sure we're going to get some scariness up pretty soon.
Y'all
All right.
heard that?
Alrighty,
You
here we
all
go.
heard it. Okay.
Virginia.
So, you're in the mountains of Virginia. Beautiful mountains of Virginia.
Where's
You're
Virginia?
on your way to the Van Dyson Institute.
So we have done the rent-a-car, right? So we have a Cadillac Escalade, 2008. I'm driving.
Indeed.
We've got Mrs. Henry Winkler. What was your character's name again?
Diane Walker.
Henry Winkler?
My character was named after Henry Winkler after Happy Days.
Hey. So Emily is sitting next to me in the passenger seat. Still quite cross with me because raging misogynist over here. And the three of them are packed into the next two rows. It's a 90-minute drive from the airport to the institute. Connor, please reset the scene.
At this
I cannot
time,
believe I'm elbow to elbow with a bunch of commoners.
I mean, at this time, there's nothing particularly interesting that's happening on your drive. I mean, you're driving through the mountains, and, nothing particularly interesting happens.
What's the altitude? Is there snow?
Oh no, not this time of year. No.
Oh.
It's again.
It's
we're
August.
in August-ish, I think. We're at the beginning of we're at the beginning of the semester, so it's probably the end of August. And most of this has been transpiring late July and early August.
Okay. When would you say? So when did I first arrive at the in Arkham? It's been years, right?
Early 90s.
Okay, and then
You replaced some other guy who went cuckoo.
the rest of these four, they've been there for a few years too, right?
Correct.
Are any of you guys from Virginia?
Indiana.
I'm probably from the
Very
same
close.
state.
I was born in
Drake's
Washington.
probably
Or-
been there
Not Virginia, sorry, the same state as
least amount. Drake, 4 years of undergrad,
Massachusetts.
4 years to get his PhD with year or two of excavating and whatnot in there. This is maybe the beginning of your second year as a professor at the university.
I'm quite fresh. It's why I have the joy and the excitement to actually still teach.
And the tight ass.
101.
Sorry, a little closer to the mic.
Yeah,
Core curriculum. ladies.
Tight.
I think I'm just
There we
gonna.
go.
I think instead of putting this whole thing up, I'm just gonna make compilations for each of us, and just the times Connor looks sad and depressed, the times Emily made some sexual joke, every time Ian just made some stupid Kennedy line, every time Drake brings up his optimism,
wanted me to have this voice.
and every time
Every time
Jack
I
brings
bring
up
up
product
what?
placement. I said every time
Optimism.
Drake talks about science, like it's a real thing, and every time Zach brings up product placement.
Product placement? I don't do that.
Oh, those are some
Drinking
delicious
game.
cheeses.
Drink every time I drink, or Duncan
Yeah, what the hell do you mean?
rolls a cone through his hand.
What kinds of products would we place? And
And make sure you
Bucket
also
as
chew
lowering
extra.
cholesterol.
I don't know. What products are we endorsing?
Ian, what
Barefoot Contessa.
There we go. All right.
Send me free wine. I don't drink beer,
So
so I'll never cheat on your product.
So, Connor, I know what I already know what it's like because I have the map, because I have it in the system. But we're driving through the mountains, right? Like this institute is set, like the airport was kind of in a flatter area, but this is like we're driving over like. Are the roads hilly, or is it just like mountains on either side of us? I just want to because we're almost at the institute by now, right?
Where you are, it's flatter, so I'd say you're probably you're in a valley between two peaks.
Twin Peaks, would you say?
I don't understand that reference.
I haven't seen the show either.
It's
so.
a Twin Peaks reference. Stop.
So
You're too misogynistic to be Agent Cooper. You'll never be him.
I think we're literally just bickering for 90 minutes. That's literally what happens, is we bicker for 90 minutes. This whole conversation we've just been having, that was the drive. That's what happened on the drive to this
That was in
institute.
character.
Including the product placement. We just turn out the windows.
And we were like, buy Cheez-Its!
Well,
in the middle of the Appalachian Mountains.
I must be a time traveler.
All right. So, if I may, for quickness sake,
Mhm.
the Van Dyson Center is a modern three-story facility in the low mountains in the hills of Virginia on the border with West Virginia. It rests in isolation on a large tract of tree-dotted land. The center is reached by a private road that winds through the occasional strands of trees and over shallow, usually dry creek beds. The wilderness is a place of serenity, a place for healing, for rest. Within the clinic's 3 floors are facilities for 16 patients, including areas for recreation and visiting, as well as therapy rooms, nurse's office, a kitchen, and various storage and maintenance rooms. The building is in the shape of a V, arms opening to face the small parking lot. Yeah, so it's a private center. Cornelius, with his 10-story arcing black marble masterpiece of brutalist architecture, need not feel any building penis in it. Because Dr. de Schnelling's is much, much bigger.
I was going to say, I have the map for this, Connor. Is it cool if I send it to the group?
Um,
I haven't looked at it, so I don't know if there's any spoilers on it.
do you mean the first floor, second floor, third floor of the
Yes.
Van Dyson Center?
Yep.
Yes, that can be shown, because you may as well have that at this point. I don't think there's anything.
Also, this is going to come out a little weird, but it really is a compliment. The stuff you had prepared for that earlier section, I like it a lot more than the stuff that comes in the book. I think you really wrote some or came up with off the top of your head. I think you came up with some really, really good scene setting earlier in the session today. I was really impressed. I mean, this is still good, but I really think you did an amazing job setting up that T section, that T intersection section. It's a round of applause for me.
Thank you. I thought it was very good, and the feedback that I received from others is it took too long. So
did take a little long, but you actually fucking scared Emily. You actually scared Emily. So I mean, that's
That's
what
a
I was
low
trying
bar,
to do.
to be fair, but you did a good job.
So all right.
I'm going to make this section quick in order to get through it, because we have to get through this and figure out the man is an imposter and do so.
Don't say anything. Like, okay. No spoilers.
You didn't hear any of that.
Connor literally just goes. Yeah. Connor's just like, and then once you get to the Cthulhu cultists,
make a left.
Take a left at the cult.
All right. So we
now across the street from his building is a big domed structure. It says Hermetic Secret Order of the Esoteric Cthulhu Cultist Monster.
Stop!
Don't go in there.
Stop!
I take
note.
note.
There's no such building.
Stop!
Is Zach here right now? Or is it just me that his screen is...
What happened?
Zach looks frozen to me.
He's gone
I'm
choppy
here.
there.
Zach isn't. Zach
internet apparently started to stutter.
Oh, I don't have a picture of him.
Is my voice stuttering?
No,
you're good.
I mean, I'm stuttering, but like, it's technology
I
stuttering.
think there's.
Yeah, your picture got real choppy.
Duncan, look at the chat.
What? Oh yeah. By the way, hate to interrupt everybody, but Gef8S9 IPC says I can buy followers, primes, and views on this suspicious website. Should I do it?
Gef8
https://click dot whatever. Yeah, definitely.
Pick with Goog 71.
I mean, he does seem a lot more trustworthy than this wingman_3 guy. So,
Pick with Goog.
so as
ban wingman_3.
Despite
ban wingman_3.
Oh, I will. I literally forgot that's something I can do.
Do it.
Okay. Shall we not concern ourselves with the chat for a moment? Shall we proceed?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Despite what all of my roleplay up until now has shown, Agent Stewart is actually a very he cares a lot about the rules, cares a lot about laws, cares a lot about the things. So as we pull into the parking lot, I take it incredibly slowly. It's painfully slow because I'm going at exactly the speed limit. I pull into a parking space and shut off the Cadillac Escalade engine. We've arrived. And I open the door and get out of the vehicle.
Diane unclicks the seatbelt and pushes the door open.
So Diane had to unclick her seatbelt, which means Mr. I follow all the laws was apparently going around without a seatbelt on, huh?
That's the one I don't follow.
CFK was...
Nothing to say.
I unclick my
Why
seatbelt.
wear a seatbelt when you can be assassinated in a motor car any minute?
Why wear a seatbelt when you might have to jump out from an assassin's bullet?
Drake, you were saying?
In any case, Diane unbuckles the seatbelt and hops out of the car. What does the professor do?
I'll sit up
I
in a
follow
moment.
in suit. I unbuckle my seatbelt and get out of the vehicle.
Oh, God.
Same.
Charlie horse?
No, it's the joints in my toes.
Okay.
Gout is a
What did
real...
lock up?
I'm sorry, I'm having to point my toes for a moment.
I mean,
gout is a terrible thing. And it's real.
Make sure you get those feet on camera for that sweet foot fetish views.
Stop!
So you have gout, Connor?
We gotta get a thumbnail.
So how far away did you park?
Pick up and drop off parking only, 20-minute limit, right out front.
Yeah, it's right out front.
That Kennedy, since you made the appointment, would you like to be the first one in and claim your appointment.
I mean, it's only reasonable. I would go to visit my own appointment.
My name is Kennedy. I'm here on the
My name
authority
is
of Dr.
Clark
Cornelius
F.
Allen,
Kennedy.
the man who I called about earlier.
Everyone in my family died a horrible death.
I turn to as the three of them. I assume Zach, do you also start walking towards the center?
Yeah.
I turn to Miss Walker, and I kind of just go, well, unfortunately, I think my appearance might scare this center. I've heard some unsavory rumors about deals here in the past, so I think I'll wait at the car. If you do follow them, just make sure they don't get into any trouble.
What do you mean?
What do you mean you would scare them?
Because I'm wearing an all-black suit. I have black leather gloves. I have sunglasses. I'm carrying a briefcase. I'm very much just always a G-man.
She goes.
I walk over to
okay.
Duncan's character.
Give him a moment to get the wrong impression.
I walk over to Duncan's character. I take his sunglasses off. I give him the lab coat that I always wear because even though that I'm barely an intern, I have a self-inflated, self-incompetent of competence by wearing
You're
a lab coat.
self-aggrandizing.
Exactly. So I take my lab coat off, I put it on him, I take his sunglasses off, and I go, "You, sir, are now an official intern of Miskatonic University. Let's go!" And I grab his bicep forcefully, and we all walk in.
It's firm. You get a half chub. Anyway, I follow and roll my eyes.
Add that another one of the reel.
Duncan, were you doing
That was a hard success.
Use the restroom?
What? No, I wasn't. I just was gonna stay behind. That wasn't like a joke. I honestly, in my head, I look too much like a G-man. I can't go in there. And then Ian's like, "Why don't we just take off your sunglasses and give you a lab coat?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, I guess. I guess that works."
I suppose. This is
actually-
a pretty good
Wait,
fucking...
wait. You're not wearing your
Disguise.
sunglasses. You have a lab coat on. Are you still wearing the black leather the black leather gloves underneath the lab coat?
No, I assume if the rest of the
Thank God.
if Ian is determined to bring me in the building with him,
But here's the
I will
thing.
take them off. I will take them off.
My character is wearing a double pleated black pants with a black dress shirt and a green tie with a lab coat. So I take Duncan's, I take his sunglasses off. I give him my lab coat, and pretty similar.
I thought you were wearing a polo.
That was yesterday.
No, of course.
Oh no, that's the same.
I'm the 3-time regional polo champion.
Okay, stop talking about your
Polo is a
championship.
sport
You
played
mentioned
on
it 5
horseback.
times
It
in the car.
matters.
All right,
I do
all right.
not wear
We don't have to talk about. Nope.
We
Moving
go.
on.
We walk up to the front doors of the center.
We need to talk about some philosophy, because that's what this guy does. Is he loves philosophies.
Kennedy in front, me being dragged along behind him, and I assume the rest of the party pulling up the rear.
Yes.
Yeah, so we go through. Are they?
Secretary Della is there at the front desk.
Okay. I take a
You
step
all
back.
crowd around her, stare, and say nothing. She pushes the little red button under her desk for when the
I go up to her and I smile very, very sweetly.
Diane is uncharacteristically chipper and kind. She rolls a 46 under 75 charm, and she smiles really, really kindly and says, "Hello, we're here on an appointment to see Dr. Wu." Or not Dr. Wu. Fuck, what's his name? Dr. Bobble Blubble. Emily doesn't. It's been a while.
You're not here for an appointment to see him. You're here to pick him up.
Oh, we're here to pick up Dr. What's his butt? Whatever the name is.
die.
Bubble.
Gobble Man.
Oh, you're here to pick up dear Sebastian. Well, certainly, dear. Like I said on the phone, we've got him ready to go. Let me just page upstairs. We'll get him down here with his suitcase.
Thank you, miss.
She hits a button on the phone. She calls upstairs, and she tells another nurse, Brenda, dear. Oh, yes, they're here to pick up Dr. Goldman. All right. All right. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. All right. See you in a bit. They'll
Of course,
be down
we'll
in a
meet for
moment.
Friday for pie. Have a good day.
So they bring down Gobelman, and he appears a lucid, sane man.
Hey, hello, Sebastian.
Oh, hello there. How are you?
Just doing well. I figured I'd come to pick you up. How are things?
right. Very kind of you. Very kind indeed.
How are things treating you?
Oh, things have been great. Dr. Van Dyson, I think he actually got a lid on this. The first time, I'm feeling very clear, and he said that there was no need for all the pills that I had been on before.
This is so suspicious.
Oh,
What does he know?
what may I ask? What you did over the summer? I did hear about a nice archaeologist thing in China about the shoes. Did you hear about that, or were you a part of it?
Unfortunately, things started to go downhill towards the beginning of July, and by the end of it, I was so out of it that Henrietta and I made the decision that I should be committed again.
Oh, is there anything? Do you think that led you to this state?
Oh, nothing triggering me like it used to. This
of
time, I
course.
think it was just a simple relapse, as has happened before.
I know. I've heard stories from other colleagues of mine that this is predictable with you.
The
Can we
did the
roll a
pause
psychology
when he
check to see if
was-
he's lying?
Did the pause when he was saying that Henrietta and I decided that it was a good idea for me to be committed? That it seemed like he was like covering or backtracking to rephrase? Because from your RP, it sounds like it was Henrietta's idea.
Well, Zach does.
Henrietta is Dr. Goldblum's faithful wife, and that's kind of what that ends to that admission form is supposed to be. Is like, oh, they never leave anything at the sanitarium. She's gonna be here every day anyway. If he needs something, she'll bring it for him.
Yeah.
We just know that it was his brother, his wife's brother, that also was a part of this. That's what we were told at the beginning of the mission.
I think Zach has the right idea though about the psychology roll. I think we should definitely do that.
Would that be psychology to see if he was lying about nothing in particular triggering it?
Yeah, that'd be psychology.
They were talking about. He was mentioning that he doesn't need to be taking the pills anymore. He's not taking ketamine any longer.
Ooh, I rolled a 98, so not me.
Ketamine is always temporary. That's just to
Well,
knock.
yes, he's not taking SSS. He's not taking SSRIs anymore either.
Right,
So-
he's off. He's off.
And he's off of
typical
Halidol and
antipsychotic, and he's off the antidepressants and the mood stabilizers.
So Zach, what's your diagnosis?
I rolled a
Well, I rolled a 98 over an 86, so yeah, he's probably right.
Ian, what did you think?
I rolled a 20 under 75. So, like, this is definitely. It's not that.
For the role, I will tell you that of what he has said, nothing conflicts with his known medical history.
Of course. This isn't something that you would do to any normal patient, but this is something that has.
Oh, to answer your question, Emily, no, it was the normal backstep of someone who with a known with a known mental health condition wants it to be perfectly clear that when things go south, he does not need to be involuntarily committed. He will.
Right. He
recognizes
has some
the issue
autonomy
and-
in that choice.
Right, exactly. So that's really all.
Okay.
Which would make a lot of sense. Henrietta, God bless her soul, she's put up with his constant mental health issues for 35 years of marriage, and she just knows it's something that happens, and the university has good health insurance, and it is what it is.
So
Do
as
I know?
oh,
Do I know that this is something that is like a little bit over the usual payroll, but also like not something that's going to be, documented?
What do you mean?
Like, so I literally rolled a 20
I think
under 75.
I think that was the success though, Ian, was knowing that it all makes sense.
I'm trying. Because he hasn't said anything untruthful. He hasn't fast talked you. He hasn't persuaded or intimidated.
No, but do I know that that's like the result of Cornelius's current psychiatric care? Like I'm not trying to out him, but like, do I know that that's like, oh yeah, that's like the hard hitting stuff versus
Well, I mean,
like.
Yeah,
You know from the original admission assessment that Cornelius had already, this is all routine. There's going to be a week of getting everything back under control, and then we're going to pick different meds to send him back out on, give him a week or two to be acclimated to.
That's what I'm asking. Is this the Cornelius routine?
No,
of
no,
like,
no.
Yep,
The notion that he's leaving without a prescription is extremely out of the ordinary. But this is well, I tell you what, this is how I'll frame it. As a student of psychology,
Cornelius is protege.
And Zach, this is true of you too. People in the medical field have to roll, but if you are in the psychological field, you know of Petrov Van Dyson, because this man is a published author. He's published a couple of his books about his own life story, his crap childhood, and he loves going on talk shows, and he loves high-paying speaking engagements. He's a regular freaking Dr. Phil, and he has published papers about some cockamamie empath way to mental health that involves mind-altering substances on the part of the patient and bizarre theories about becoming one with your patient through this path. So that's number one that you know automatically. With your success and psychology of 20, you've been with Cornelius for 2 years, and you've seen his patient records,
which I largely ignore.
Per your understanding of his condition, it's not. He just has particularly bad luck. He is chemically in his brain. He doesn't have situational depression or bipolar or anything. He legitimately has an unfortunate imbalance in his brain that has to be serviced regularly. And it has to be.
So it can't just be cured. It can't be cured.
It has to be right. It has to be treated with medication, and he will relapse, and it will have to be changed up from time to time in order to keep him functioning. Which Dr. Deschnelling, though particularly ham-fisted with the pharmacology, is more than able to keep everything under control with these few temporary relapses where you can get another professor to cover his classes for a few weeks. So the thought that he's walking out of here without a prescription and something to maintain Huge red flag. Huge.
Gotcha.
As Ian is working this out and talking with him, I'd like to pull aside these boys, Dr. Head, whatever, Drake and Zach. And I'm just gonna, I asked them, I'm gonna say, Professor Pips, does he seem a little odd to you? Or do you think this is a legitimate curing? And I'd also like your opinion on the same subject, fucking Basil.
Wasn't he literally talking to Dr. Pips though?
Yeah, they were talking,
Like,
and
Professor Pips.
then Ian went up to him to start to psychologically analyze him. So during that little,
Okay.
what do you disagree?
I thought the psychological analysis was like his observations.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then that's
happening with Dr. Pips.
if that's the case, that's fair. Never mind.
Watching me while I was chatting with Pip.
Never mind. I just don't know all this stuff that Connor just said. I don't know anything about it though, so
Sebastian, what do you plan to do now that you're able to have a bit more freedom?
Well, now that you folks are here to pick me up, I'm looking forward to getting back home, getting back to Henrietta, and getting back to teaching my classes.
I did hear that your students do miss you.
As I'm sure
Diane, as this is happening, Diane is gonna go back to the front desk, and say, like pointing to, I'm assuming like the woman at the front desk has a computer or something in front of her.
Of course.
Or like a phone. She points to the computer and gestures at it casually and says, with the advent of technology and the way that we're using it, there are a lot of really interesting applications that we have for patient records at our facility. Do you use a similar sort of catalog to keep track of patient information, or are you still paper?
Oh, no,
And I'm
dear.
gonna go on to...
Dr. Van Dassen is very, very good with his technology. He bought us all iPads when they came out.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so kind of him.
It's all linked back to the big server in the basement. We can all access patient records, anything we lack, wherever we are, even when we're on our lunch break and we need some.
Oh, that's amazing. Wow.
Very cutting edge. We love working.
Sounds awesome. She's gonna walk away, and I want to look to see if there is an iPad sitting on this woman's desk. Can I roll a spot hidden for that? No?
I can tell you exactly where it is. It's in her purse, where she always keeps it, and that is by her feet under her desk.
Oh, God. Good to know.
Damn it.
Anyway, and then the conversation that's happening to the side. But she said there was a server in the basement?
Oh, yeah. They have their own data. They have it. Well, it's a server rack. I mean, it's not like a Google room. They only need one, but yeah, it's got a few, it's got a couple terabytes of storage through, a dozen or so 256 gig hard disks. And it's all wormed together, and, patient records, all that kind of stuff is on there. Everyone has a personal computer in their office, of course. It's a modern clinic. That's why I made the point. Even DeSchnelling has a computer on his desk. And a 35. So he can bumble his way through an email. Actually, he can just write an email. Email doesn't confuse him.
I kind of
even more or less understands the internet.
I sort of like gesture over to the other three, because I see you going back over the desk, and they're having their conversation. I guess, is there anybody who's not engaged in another activity right now? Ian, are you
Zach's
talking to somebody, or?
Yeah, I was also listening to their conversation, but with my 98 roll, I probably didn't pick up on as much as Kennedy did.
Not all you heard.
God, I just don't feel comfortable about this. This is a man who was sick and is now well, and we're supposed to bring him back to Dr. Deschneller.
Perhaps that would be best.
Yeah, but also... But then also, like, I don't, like... This guy needs to go back to his wife. There's something really fucking strange going on here. I don't know what it is.
The man goes back to his wife, as coordinated by the U.S. government, which means he'll definitely get to see his wife again, instead of being assassinated in a field in, like, fucking Kansas.
I hate you.
We bring him to Kansas and shoot him.
On the drive back home to Arkham, I did bring this young lady with me. She had a few questions that she wanted to ask you about some recent events that may have taken place.
What?
But we can talk about that on the car ride. It's going to be a long drive back home. So do you have everything all packed?
Oh yes, everything in my suitcase right here.
Awesome. And how heavy is it? Do we need to grab a Deidre to come and help?
Oh no, it's just clothes and things Henrietta brought up with us when we drove up.
I think Deidre can help. I just don't want to push you. I know you're doing well. I just don't want any relapses. I want to make sure we bring you back in one piece.
I'm telling you, I feel better than I've ever felt coming out of the Institute in Arkham.
Fuck.
If you believe that to be a good case, I shall let that be. But I do want to hey Deidre, could you come here?
Did you just call me Deidre?
No, I'm trying to talk to the counter lady.
Oh, okay.
Deidre.
No, just Della.
Della.
Oh, Della. I'm so sorry.
Della Duck.
Della. Hey, Della. Could you come here for a second?
Oh, certainly, hon. What can I help you with?
I was just wanting to ask if there's anything I should know about Sebastian on the long drive. Is there anything that he needs? I know that he's doing great. I want to double check to make sure that we're able to get him home safely. Is there anything I need to know?
Oh no, Dr. Van Dyson hasn't put down any sort of restrictions on his travel. He can go by car, he can go by plane, train if you have one.
I do wish
we
you
don't have
did.
that much anymore, but no, Dr. Van Dyson hasn't put any restrictions on how he has to travel, no station or anything like that.
I wasn't talking about the doctor. I was more meaning from your perspective, as someone who interacts with Sebastian on a daily basis. Is there any words of wisdom or anything that you say that is important?
Could you perhaps come around your desk and talk to us about this a little bit?
Oh well, I am just the receptionist and an orderly and a file clerk. I'm unfortunately not a nurse or Dr. Van Dyson himself. But I will tell you that everything that is gone through here, Dr. Van Dyson or the nurse will leave a note, so I will know what to tell you. Everything in the clear from us here, so nothing required for transport.
Gentlemen, why don't we just take the professor with us and bring him back to Miskatonic?
I suppose I guess that's best.
Come.
Well, let's go,
Professor,
Sebastian.
I'd love to hear about the treatment we received here, as we're walking away, to see how we might improve our own methods. You said you're leaving feeling better than you have before. This is all as we're walking out the front door to the vehicle. Yeah. She's kind of urging him to elaborate.
Is not a hidden message that you're trying to tell us?
Actually, this is a Simba.
You're right, it's Simba. Sorry. Is Simba? Are we supposed to be worried about a brother killing someone's?
No, it's not Hamlet. It's just a reminder that Zach is a Simpa.
Simpa. No, this is just
Remember who you are.
My mom got my mom got this for me a couple of days ago. She saw it, and like Simba was always my favorite character as a kid, and like my oldest and most worn out stuffed animal is the Simba. So my mom got me this one.
That's
and it's
actually
been
really,
sitting on my desk. So I'm just,
that's really adorable.
That's adorable.
yeah. I also have a hedgehog.
Nice.
My mom has that same hedgehog.
Okay, I asked the professor a question. I love your plushies, but let's get down to business to defeat the Huns.
Yeah.
So
Connor!
what was your question to him?
I asked him in passing, like as we're leaving, what how the treatment differed from what he was receiving, or like bringing up the fact that he said he felt better than he ever has before, like urging him to elaborate, but in a way that seems like more interested in terms of like opportunities for research and like that kind of thing. I don't know. Like an academic sort of interest rather than being nosy.
I feel like this guy's a dead end.
I feel. Can I tell you a theory that I have as a player, not as
Certainly.
the character?
I can neither
I think
confirm
that
nor
he
deny
is
anything, but I'm
intentionally
happy to hear your
being.
theory.
I know. I think that he is intentionally being drugged by Deschnelling to prevent him from accessing or like doing other stuff based off of knowledge that he has.
You
Or
related to the
remember, like
occult.
remembering something that was.
I don't think he's sick. I think that he has the potential to harm himself or others if he's not on medication.
I think the exact opposite. I think that this Van Dyson guy did something to this guy, like through. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna go down the Cthulhu mythos route. I'm thinking this guy's brain got rearranged by this Van Dyson guy using some mysterious Cthulhu mythos thing. Not one that I know about, because I don't know any Cthulhu mythos that would repair a brain, only melt it. I actually think the complete opposite, so that's interesting that we have different perspectives on this.
Duncan,
Zach agrees with Emily. Henry agrees with Duncan's character.
Can I pull aside the two doctors?
What? Duncan, what did I describe Dr. Deschnelling as an excellent?
A villain?
No.
Rotund.
No, not rotund.
Rotund.
Very wet.
He's
Very
now
wet.
very wet.
He's
yes.
a damp man.
He's very shiny.
Never mind.
Well,
Again, this is the exact point of why Deschnelling is brought into something like this, and so I'm just not going to say anything. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to keep on going because I have said this is the exact point of involving him before.
Oh, wait, so Emily is with Sebastian, right?
Correct. They're walking out to the
Yeah,
car,
she just
and,
asked
and
him
in
a
my
question.
answer to her, and in my answer to her question, see, you are not a psychologist,
Not.
so
I'm just a data lady.
But he doesn't know that.
I know.
Yeah. But me and probably Clark are probably listening
right,
to
but how I
him
want
whenever
to
he
describe
talks.
it is he doesn't go into anything additional to what you would get from reading one of Van Dyson's books, particularly the second one, his more recent publication, which is
The King in Yellow.
You said that you were listening, right?
Yeah,
it's characterized as sympathetic therapy, becoming one with the patient and then leading them out of
I
their
remember you
problem.
mentioning that.
So it's what he goes into
Oh.
is a theory of using empathy for a deeper understanding of a patient's problems and triggers, which damage their psychological
Duncan,
health
I think you might be right.
and creates what is
This
the phrase
is
they
like
use?
the King in Yellow. It's like
Biochemical
entering into
spurs.
dreams.
The thing is,
God damn it.
the thing is that okay,
Ian and Zach, you two
Can't we?
are. I mean, Deschnelling buys copies of his book to skeet shoot in his backyard. So you are more than familiar with the book. You are I. So that's you are ARE I. You are me, I am you, whatever. And you know that the technique which is described in that book, which is heavily watered down for Dr. Phil level consumption by consumers, relies heavily on medication to diffuse, let's say, someone's sense of reality.
Oh God!
What?
Can't you hear it? It's the telltale
sleeping?
sound. It's the telltale sound.
No, you can't be quiet and listen for it.
It's the telltale
Yeah,
sound
he's snoring.
of a man who woke up way too early this morning and fell
How
asleep.
can he do that?
I
I can't.
I do that.
He's
I
like-
wish I could
imagine
nap like that.
He's like my
trying.
dad. Like my dad and I will be watching like Star Wars, Mandalorian, things he enjoys doing, and he will just conk out. And I go, Dad, wake up. I remember one time I was driving and Dad started to nod off. God, he...
Okay. So obviously Ian is obviously what's his name? Kennedy. Kennedy is sleeping on the car ride home.
I mean,
Kennedy's just gonna
can we
keep on
mute-
Yeah,
going
I'll
on
be
until
making the
Liam wakes
psychology
up.
roll.
I'm gonna.
Can we
I'm-
mute
will
Ian's?
wake up.
Liam.
Oh no, because
I saw that.
Liam,
Oh, Leah.
Liam can go in. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Liam's there.
He is. Oh,
Hey, Ian.
thank you, Liam.
Ian.
Thank you, Liam.
It's okay, bud. You can go to bed. If you gotta go to bed, Ian, you can go to bed.
There's a
Poor sleepy
there's a
bibbit.
cat.
There's a cat. Okay.
Good.
If you have any of that Mountain Dew left, quick, slug it back.
Slugging it.
Get those neurons firing.
Boom.
Hit yourself over the head with a polo mallet.
There you go. That'll wake you up. Give
Okay,
yourself a quick.
That's one way to play polo.
here is Duncan Schrader, player meta, coming at you from beyond. I think that this adventure can go one of two ways, because Connor, I know he plans things out in advance. We can go back to Miskatonic, and we can accuse Cornelius, and that can be the adventure. We can go back, get into a fight with a fucking mythos sorcerer, and that can be the adventure. Or we can try to dig into this Van Dyson thing, and maybe that's the adventure. I don't know. I don't know which one it is.
No,
Because
after reading metagaming wise, I think Van Dyson's sus. I think that Diane is probably curious about Cornelius Deschnelling because she doesn't know enough about like his work, and we saw him conduct magic, and he doesn't seem like the most reliable person from her perspective. Not that he is reliable, but like she doesn't know what his prerogative is.
Mhm.
So
Then me and Clark are Snelling's interns who are totally against that, like, sympathetic healing kind of thing, and I'm guessing we're gonna like roll psychology to like try to
Hey,
intuit more about
Henry?
that.
The facts.
I mean,
Henry?
the thing about Deschnelling that you two are well aware of is, you know, his soft therapy, you know, the group therapy and the cognitive behavioral and all that modern stuff. He's a little still Freudian, Jungian, you know. He was trained at a time when things were much, much different. But still, as the ability to diagnose and function as a psychiatrist, prescribe appropriate medication, and make people function, he is completely and totally 100% competent as a physician. No question, no doubt about it.
You know what? Agent Stewart, and so we're almost out of the center, right? Because everybody's walking out at this point, right?
I'm going to say you're out because we have to get you to the car. Get to the car. We have to get you in the car. You're already in the car and you're talking.
All right, we're in the car. All right. I turn the key in the ignition, and
the car blows up.
Ah, fuck. Well, guys, it was a good adventure while it lasted.
So again, the positions. How are we driving now?
I don't think it matters.
It does not matter.
I think that we should fucking go all guns blazing on this Van Dyson creep. No, I think that the reason why Deschnelling, Agent Stewart, I think the reason why Deschnelling sent us here is because there is something mythos going on, and he wants a piece of it. And as a U.S. government agent, I can't let something dangerous go unexplored.
By God, what? Yes, Duncan. Yes,
Connor,
you
stop.
beautiful man. Mwah.
So of course, what we're gonna do, we go back to Arkham.
My question is I want to be asking the two doctors or two doctor interns or whatever about bipolar and schizophrenic. Just, I mean, I want to ask because I'm a history professor. I'm not super experienced with this, but I have heard people talk about being bipolar. I have heard people talk about this, and to my knowledge, it's not something that can be fixed. It's not like I eat this leaf.
There's no cure for bipolar.
Yep. It's all about chemicals in the brain not working like they're supposed to.
There is
Professor...
There's a structure, but there is no cure.
Right.
While Professor Pips is talking to Clark about this, Diane's gonna turn to Henry and asks like pretty quietly, just to him,
Do you know if we go back to Miskatonic, will they have records of his time here? Is that something that's going to be transferred back?
I guess if we're getting an official transfer back, then we would have all of the proper paperwork would be going with it.
Wait,
I would assume.
You haven't necessarily orchestrated a proper transfer. I mean, you did.
But wasn't this not a proper transfer in the first place?
Oh well, it's an unauthorized transfer, not an improper one. And technically, it's not even unauthorized because at some point there has to be another physician which is added to someone's file as a primary care because Deschnelling just simply can't take a personal role start to finish in every single person who comes and goes through the asylum, especially someone who he can lay out a treatment plan and get back out the door because this is just routine for that person. And Deschnelling's been dealing with it for 20 years.
Okay.
So.
And now I'm thinking Deschnelling is sus because he's going back to Wu, but Deschnelling just fired Wu probably to get this guy's paperwork.
Dr.
So it would be going to Wu.
Emily, what do you want to do?
It's a pride thing. This man is a member of Miskatonic University staff, and to allow his wife or whoever had this idea to remove him from Deschnelling's care, that is a personal insult to him and his competency as a physician. And for someone to allow that to happen, for Dr. Wu to not make him aware of what was going on, but instead sign the transfer paperwork and let them take him to somewhere else, especially to someone that Deschnelling thinks is no better than Dr. Phil.
Diane,
motivations are not sus here. Sorry.
As Diane's asking Henry about this, and he tells her that information, she glances back at the patient or at the professor, and then her eyes quickly go back to Henry, and she says, "We need to find out what's in those records, all of them."
I agree.
Something doesn't feel right.
Yes, you.
I'm not talking to you, bitch.
Shut up, Connor.
God.
Connor, I tried. Okay, I messaged Connor privately while you guys were talking to the secretary,
and I asked if I could hack into the mainframe. And Connor said, in due time. I don't know what that means. I don't know what's going to happen.
Back here. My God.
Well, the thing is that like the thing is that there isn't a right way and a wrong. There isn't a right way or a wrong way to do this. We're gonna find our own method, and if that method involves us going around in circles, then that's kind of what happens. Like if we decide, if I decide right,
acting.
Like I could decide right now, and I think you know what? I turn and I suggest this. I think we should. I'm a government agent. I have the authority. I think we should perform a raid. Those records could be exactly what Dr. Deschnelling wanted, and it could be exactly what Dr. Deschnelling needs. I guarantee you that there is something improper going on here, based on what the two of you
We don't have to go in
experienced
guns
doctors.
blazing.
No, I'm not saying guns blazing.
Why don't we
Bring the good doctor back
to Dr. Deschnelling for
All right.
analysis, and then perhaps we come back to not guns blazing, but go in and either covertly or through the correct methods get the records we need. Okay?
I assume we're saying all of this when, like, we stop for dinner and Sebastian's in the bathroom or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not saying it in front of him.
Okay.
All right. Guess we're gonna go back to Arkham then.
Okay.
Excellent.
Emily, are you going to be asking Sebastian about the weird things that he's seen?
No, because I can't do anything about that. I don't have any base knowledge.
I don't think he's gonna tell us anything. He thinks he's cured. I don't think he's seen anything weird. I think he's just gonna end up. We're gonna. If we try to question him, we're gonna waste time. We need physical evidence.
Yeah, I feel like we can probably fast track back to.
Would you like to travel by map?
Well, I would like to travel by map.
Yes, I would like to travel by map.
Also, I would like to mention that at this angle with the hood in which I'm wearing it, or in the way that I'm wearing it right now, and the gloves, I look like a Sith Lord, and I'm really here for it.
You do look like Darth, maybe like Darth Ray or something.
Unlike Henry the Simp Lord.
Yeah, frickin' Henry the Simp. Alrighty.
Okay. We
Drake pointed
go back.
Obsidian Towers, Golden Gates, dingy courtroom. We bring this fella back to Arkham, and specifically back to the mental happy health and saving people from dying of terrible mental disorders facility.
Along the way, I asked Clark, okay, I hate asking this, but you probably have more access to Dr. Deschnelling's records and all of that than me, so would you be able to help us in accessing Doubleman's papers and records?
Gobelman.
Gobelman?
It's not even a hard name. It's not even a hard name.
Now.
I know.
I don't know why it's so hard for us.
That's a hard ask, but at the end of the day, I want to succeed more
Like,
past
gonna
Dr.
get to the end of the day?
Cornelius. So, yes.
So you go back to the sanitarium?
The former sanitarium, yes.
Well, the Institute for Mental Health and Healing.
Yes.
And you go up to Brenda at the front desk.
Fucking Brenda.
Brenda Inwit de Woodward.
We've told Sebastian that we're not taking him back to be institutionalized.
Oh my god, I hate it.
What? Me? You hate me?
No, what Brenda's last name is.
Oh, okay. Whew. We've told him we're not taking him back. We're not taking him back to be institutionalized. We're taking him back so that Dr. Deschnelling can examine him and learn the secrets. Hello, Brenda.
You are brought up to the 10th floor, and as you walk towards the again the two sets of double doors that go through his private reception room, which isn't used, and into his office, there's a man's. The doors to the reception room are open. There's a sullen-looking man in a windbreaker. Nothing particularly notable about him. He's an old man, older man, gray hair, kind of keeps it long, bit of a bowl cut, windbreaker, checked shirt, jeans, who's just kind of sitting and staring at the floor. Inside, you can hear Cornelius through his jowls shouting at someone, just laying into them. And he shouts and he shouts and he shouts and he shouts, and basically the content of it is what I basically said before. Who's in there right now is Henrietta Goldman, and he is laying into her about how she has personally insulted him, personally insulted his institution. How can she listen to her idiot brother? She's basically taken him to the psychological equivalent of Judge Judy, and doesn't know, and anything could have happened.
And that is exactly when we make our triumphant return.
As Cornelius stops shouting, you can hear poor Henrietta. When you walk in, she'll be seated in one of those easy chairs in front of. She's got a tissue in her hand, and she's crying, of course, because Cornelius is a big, scary monster who's just put her in the place that she belongs in terms of being a citizen of the city of Arkham and a spouse of a member of staff who should be exclusively his purview. And you bring back in good Sebastian Gobelman. And she stops crying immediately. She stands, "Oh, Sebastian, I'm so glad you're home." She runs over to him. She throws her arms around him. And he, of course, in return, hugs his wife, Henrietta. And so, Cornelius and all of you in the room, he says, "Close the door."
I close the door. Silently.
Hey, wait. I like Judge Judy.
So do I. Love Judge Judy. Love her.
I like Dr. Oz personally. I really love quackery.
Stop!
You're the one who brought up Judge Judy again. All right, I closed the door.
I brought up Judge Judy because she was listening to the comments.
Dr. Gobelman, take a seat next to your wife.
Wait, Ian.
Dr. DeSchnelling.
Hold one moment, Connor. Ian, what did you say?
Yeah.
I just registered.
I want to see what happens.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
You gonna fall asleep again?
No. I thought he said I'm gonna head out, and I was like, oh wait.
Oh.
But I guess not. So continue, Connor.
Dr. DeSchnelling is not exactly as you remember him the last time you see him, or the last time you saw him. His skin has regained something on the spectrum of white to yellow.
Elasticity.
And the piled nature of him, the fact that he kind of moves around like just a mountain down to the floor, covered by a suit and a cape and whatever to disguise his figure, isn't as much necessary. He's in a pinstripe suit, 3-piece, double-breasted every way it can be, double-breasted vest, double-breasted suit coat, and his signature blue shirt with the white collar and a gold diamond patterned club tie, with a gold tie bar up here, gold Rolex on his wrist, gold bracelets on the other, and he's wearing a set of those big, thick, black frames, Hollywood producer glasses with lenses that are that thick, and a hat, big hat. So Sebastian Gobelman sits down, and Dr. DeSchnelling begins asking him questions. And the questions range on a few subjects. At the time of your last venture, it was arranged for you passage into a country which is not often allowed in the Western world. I arranged this passage for you. To what country did I arrange your last archaeological expedition? Dr. Goldman says with confidence, North Korea, Dr. Schnell. And from the reaches of the Korean peninsula, I believe you brought me a gift, did you not? Yes, I did, Dr. Schnell. The gift which you brought me. Can you describe it? Dr. Goldman thinks for a few moments and says, "You know, I don't quite recall. It's I can see it, but I can't quite recall what it was. Do you remember anything about them? The number, their design? They were engraved, carved, if you will." No, Dr. Deschnelling, I'm afraid that I can't remember what I brought back for you, sir. You and Henrietta used to have a dog. Wonderful thing, but it didn't get along with your cat. To get in terrible fights, and you said it made the cat pee on the carpet. And so, you gave it to me. What was that dog's name? And Dr. Gobelman says, Principia, I believe. Or Principia was her name, I believe. Okay. Henrietta? Want you and Sebastian to go home. Pulls out his wallet. Pulls out a couple of very crisp, very clean $100 bills. He hands them to Henrietta, and he says, "Don't take this as an apology, but dinner is on me. You can go now." They get up, and they leave.
Would I be familiar with his expedition location if this was last year?
Yes, you would.
Was this correct?
No, it was not. It is a different despotic place, not often open to Western interlopers. It was not North Korea. It was Burma, People's Republic of Myanmar.
Doctor, did he get any of those questions right? The ones he answered?
No, he did not.
Am I able to... Did Henrietta look at all surprised when he got the name of the dog wrong?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
So she knows. She knows.
I guess before he leaves, he should say, "Forgive me, I'm still not feeling quite myself out here. And he follows Henrietta out.
Yeah.
That's all the explanation he gives. De Schnelling turns to Kennedy. Kennedy! Have you ever known Dr. Gobelman's position in his condition to ever present with any form of amnesia?
Amnesia.
Amnesia, good, my good doctor. I've never known the man to be any contrite to any situation.
Certainly not. Man's a talker.
He'd definitely be a talker, but all that he says is nothing but facts, even if it's rudimentary.
Duncan's dying.
I'm just having a great time, guys.
I can tell.
I don't know where Gil went.
We have a man whose presence of amnesia betrays his normal condition, which, as we know, is predictable. Amnesia is something very new and without cause. The man attempted to answer some questions, but the deeper they got, the more he got wrong, and the more he had to claim he had amnesia.
Well, that just proves that there's a rat.
At all.
What was he given? What was he given as a gift? What did he give you as a gift?
What he gave me as a gift is of no importance.
I was okay. So he did give you a gift. I wasn't not sure if you were trying to set him up by.
Boy,
saying
your
that he gave you a
microphone
gift.
got. Or is that me bumping into the?
Might be you.
I think that's me. Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry.
My volume. No, it's mine. I knocked my volume control down. Stones, pieces of jade carved with jeweled incense.
Nice.
Nothing of any concern. Merely a token for my private collection for arranging passage to that part of the world.
And I can
have
totally
friends
respect
there.
that.
At any rate, either that man's brain's been fricasseed,
What do you mean by fricasseed?
No, wait.
Or
He,
that's
he,
not
was,
Gobelman.
he was gonna say or, so or not Gobelman. There we go.
Well, that's not Gobelman.
Well, I mean, maybe it isn't Gobelman.
What do you mean not? What do you mean not Gobelman?
That he's not in his right mind, or
That he's literally not Gobelman.
And he's not in his right mind? That's someone wearing him like a suit. Like a Sebastian suit.
Yes, of course. Give him a little sugar water. He'll be fine. It's no big deal.
So you're saying that someone
No.
shelled him, and they put something else in?
Nothing so easy.
Regardless, I think this
We're
bears
going
more
to give it
investigation.
we're going to give it the night. We'll reconvene in the morning.
what about Henrietta? Is she going to be safe?
I have no reason to suspect that he would harm her, as she has not displayed any suspicion. Henrietta is a loving, devoted, wonderful wife, and so it is of my estimation that she will simply be happy he is home and give her no reason.
So are you saying
Give him
some?
any reason.
Are you saying some creature or force is pretending to be him?
That demands further research. What did Van Dyson say when you spoke with him?
We never spoke with him.
What do you mean you never spoke with him?
He was an immediate discharge. The man walked out, we took him, and we left.
What are you, stupid?
Kennedy says it was okay.
Yeah, it was all Kennedy. Kennedy was the one who told us to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Kennedy, I put you in charge and you don't talk to the man? Where is this? Where's your head?
The woman at the front desk. The woman at the front desk also seemed to think that it was normal to have him just walk out. There was no
Oh.
paperwork. There was nothing that we did. She didn't seem surprised.
Yeah, we didn't have to fill out a single form.
Like they were expecting his release?
Well, we called and we
Yes.
said, hey, can we take this guy? And they said, yeah, sure.
Well, we just
No,
called
we
to set up
called
an
and they
appointment,
mentioned
and
that they
they
were
said
having a release. They told us. We
Oh,
didn't have
that's
to say
right.
anything to
You're
them.
right. You're right, they did.
We questioned him and they said that he was going to be released that day.
But if Henrietta's...
None
If,
of this makes any sense.
yeah, if Henrietta's
And
here,
you
who is he
talked
being
to Van
released to?
Dyson. He begins to issue a low, grumbling growl as he trudges back to his desk. He says, "Leave me for now. Need to discuss next steps." Van Dyson.
All right. Seems fair. I guess we'll
You're
talk.
dismissed for the evening.
I guess we'll talk to you later.
What
You
time?
are
What time should we be coming back tomorrow?
8 o'clock.
PM or AM?
The size of the book that comes at your head is
No.
We are
Sure.
actually
I mean,
chased from the room.
How much longer do you guys want to go today as well?
I mean, I think
It's 10:19.
I think this is sadly probably about how long we were going to go. Zach said he had to switch rooms around 10:30 anyways. And Ian's
Yeah,
been
but
pretty
usually with me and
Ian's
Zara
been pretty
go to bed, and I'm just-
Ian's been pretty sleepy. So, I don't know. I think
Can't lie.
this might be a good time to have to call it for tonight.
I feel that I'm fading. That being said, I would love to finish this though.
Yeah, I actually
Can we do that sometime?
I think some of these mysteries are appearing a little bit more difficult because of how tired I think all of us are. I don't know if anybody here doesn't feel
really
tired.
want to finish, but also we have a tendency to.
completely derail.
We derail and
Yes,
then we rush the
yes.
last like half of it. So I would like to tackle, because this seems to be the meat of the investigation. We're gonna go back and we're gonna investigate Van Dyson. I'd like to be able to do that with a fresh set of eyes.
That's
For
why.
real. I also
That's why we
spent
got-
like the first
And with a
hour
lot of time.
this whole stream doing nothing.
Well,
was
you
gonna
did
say-
fly a plane, you did take a phone call, and you did fall asleep twice. So I mean that's at least
Yeah,
that's three
exactly.
things.
Exactly.
When we did get you doing something, you dithered around like a Kennedy.
he did.
So,
He pulled a
Good
real
work.
Kennedy. He pulled a real Kennedy move there, eh, Ian?
I mean, I know we're going to be spending a lot of time in that place
I have
because
a huge pilot skill.
and yet you still technically failed the first one.
we did.
This could have all been expedited if you would have let me try to
Hack the mainframe.
hack the system earlier.
Next time.
Yeah, but
I get it, Connor. I get it.
But we're already to the point where I'm having to modify as I go, and that would have cut out even more material that I think would be fine. I mean, I
mean,
tried so fucking
It's
hard.
okay.
I really,
I don't want to cut stuff out.
How long has it been since the last time you kept a game?
A long goddamn time.
Because
How much did you already-
as I think the most recent keeper, I can tell you right now, players suck, and they never do what you want them to do, and you have to cut out huge swaths of the adventure constantly.
You know what? We do suck.
I'm fine with us doing like 2 days worth of adventure and doing more of the story.
Yeah, I agree. I think so too. I think that could be fun. What were you gonna say, Emily? Sorry, I think I cut you off.
So that's a universal trait for any RPG system ever.
I mean,
Players
yeah,
suck.
Yeah.
They destroy your dreams.
I can't think of a single adventure that ever went
I
to
would
plan.
like to schedule. I would like to schedule time to do this again, if we may, in the chat.
In the coming weeks,
Connor, you did a
I
really
get
good
off
job
of
so
work
far.
at 5 o'clock. Pretty well, not next week. Next week is ridiculous, but I get off of work week after next, pretty much 5 o'clock every day. So
I'm free most Fridays, and I get off at work around 4 o'clock on Saturdays every time.
Saturdays and Sundays are the only days I'm free. This was a special case because of Packers. I think I don't think I have any more Packers games to rearrange my schedule, so it'll have to be a Saturday or a Sunday.
Probably not Sunday for me. Wait, let me check my
Oops.
schedule.
Saturday.
Those are pictures that I didn't think. Those are character pictures that have not appeared yet.
How are people's Sundays?
Zach literally just said he's busy on Sundays.
Zach,
well,
I'm
Ian's busy
checking
on
mine
Saturdays.
now. Well, tomorrow's 1 to 7. Oh, it's actually moved up a little bit. It changed recently. Oh, it actually looks like 10:30 to 4:30. Okay. Yeah, I think I actually will be good on Sundays. I get off work at like 4:30. It looks like.
So Sunday evenings?
Just depends.
Yeah, I could.
My schedule and it isn't ever set on Sundays, so I would just have to see. Some days I'm off early, sometimes I'm work the nights. Just depends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my Sundays. I
schedule
probably
it.
want to go to bed around like 10:30 or so because I do work Mondays. But yeah, I could do Sunday evening.
But so the likely hopeful plan that like Sunday evenings, maybe.
Yes.
yes,
That'd be good for me.
I just need to.
Yeah.
To double
And Drake
check
depends.
stuff.
I mean,
I
if
am fading very fast.
Yep.
And I
All
have
right.
to wake up early tomorrow for my haircut.
All right. Thank you everybody who stuck around
For
for
the
the
first
stream.
time.
Thank you everybody who stuck around for the stream. Thank you everybody who stuck around for the video. This is more for posterity than it is for anybody still in the chat. But if you are still in the chat, which I think my dad is and I think Liam is, you guys are rock stars. So love you. Thank you so much to
baby.
Thank you so much to Emily in the top left, Ian in the bottom left, Drake in the bottom right, Zach in the top right, and our long-suffering Mr. Connor Naden as the keeper. And then, of course, everybody's favorite, me. So,
I just want
And
to
Jeff
play a
Probst.
game.
all
I
right,
just
bye.
wanted to play a game.
Play the game. That's the problem.
Nothing bad. Nothing
You
bad.
gotta pay to play.
Nothing
baby.
bad ever happens to the Kennedys.